And it can be. So hopefully we can clarify it for you by the end of the training. Welcome.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Arlene Garcia, Chapter 652, Antelope Valley Transportation Agency from Lancaster. And I'm still trying to figure out how to fill out all these grievances and stuff. So I'm hoping to still further that, learn more about that.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good.
So I just have one quick question. It's not on here. And if anybody wants to come off mute, feel free. But how many of you are here just for your own knowledge versus how many of you are here to actually become a steward to help out in your chapters?
I want to help out other people in my chapter.
Awesome. We love that, Maria. Thank you.
What started out as general knowledge has become like integral into the union steward process. So that was interesting and a fun conversation when that happened.
Oh, cool. So I think the more you learn and more comfortable you become doing this, you're going to want to help people, right? That's how I was. The more I learned what our rights are and stuff, I was like, God, I've got people don't know and I want to help them. So, okay.
For sure.
Mine was originally a member. I've been in my district 20 years, paraprofessional with special ed high school. General knowledge led me to the fuel of, oh no, we need to fight for our rights because we're not even getting the general knowledge.
Right.
So they know it, they're just not giving it to us. So
Right.
it's turned into, okay, now we're fighting together.
Right.
So
And didn't it cause you to open up your contract and start reading the articles, right?
And learning the language. The language, it's not just reading your contract, it's understanding the language and how it's written out and how they
Right.
can perceive it and
Mhm.
how, yeah. So language is huge. I learned
Yes.
about language a lot these last couple years.
Yeah,
It makes a huge difference.
I think too is we have a lot of our members that unfortunately don't open up their contract. They don't even have a copy of it, right? And that's
That's
unfortunate.
big. Yeah.
Yeah. And so I know I was that person when I first started working for the school district. I knew that there was a contract, but I never opened it up. And once I got involved with the chapter, I started opening up that contract and I was just like, wow, I read it from front to end or front to back. And was just like, wow, I didn't know I had all these rights. And people take for granted that these are automatically given to you because the districts are so nice and giving, right? No, we had to fight and negotiate all of these articles that are in our contracts. So, all right, moving on. You guys have all completed level 1 of the union steward training, so you should now be able to explain the CSEA structure to your fellow members, including your role as a steward. You should also now be able to understand the rights of a steward. And then you should be able to perform the initial steps of a representational matter. At the end of today, you will be able to effectively research, prepare, and I'm sorry, Andre's going ahead of me, and present a grievance.
Did I go too fast? I'm sorry.
You did. It's okay. You should be able to effectively research, prepare, and present a grievance at the immediate supervisory level. And then can someone come off of mute? Tell me, what are some rules that the districts follow without a union contract, if there are any? Has anyone? Oh, go ahead.
Follow the law. That'd be a rule and follow without a contract.
Okay, so labor law, you're kind of hard to hear, so in my ear.
What state laws are?
State laws, okay. Anything else?
A lot of times people don't understand it's not just our contract. There's OSHA, there's California state law. There's many things that go into our district other than the contract, and I had to learn that the hard way. I have a lawyer, and I found out we are protected with more than our contract.
Right. So we have, the district has, right? So if we don't have a contract, there are rules and laws that the districts have to go by, which would be administrative regulations at board policy. And then, of
Ed
course,
code.
labor laws, there's ed code. And when we talk about labor law, not all labor law pertains to public employees, right? And that's a bit confusing for people. But with those in place, do you think that's enough to protect the classified employees?
No.
Not at all, right? And that's why it's so important to have a contract that has been negotiated and agreed upon for our classified, because it holds the districts accountable, right? They have to follow that contract.
Andy, quick
Okay.
question.
Yes.
We had it in the chat. Do we generally give feedback for homework after UST 1?
If you
No.
usually you need to meet with your labor rep if you have follow-up questions, or if there were questions on the questionnaire. I know one of my people missed a couple, and that's okay. But what you need to do is follow up with your labor rep afterwards. And even after today, if we go too fast for you to where, because I'm slow, I'm tell you, it takes a little bit of time for me to comprehend sometimes, and that's okay. If you need some follow-up after this training before moving to the next training, please reach out to your labor reps. That's what we're here for. Okay? Just because we're not, your labor reps not here training the UST training doesn't mean you cannot reach out to them. They expect you to reach out to them. Okay?
Right.
Um,
So I would
Keisha,
just like to add on to what Andy has said, really quick. When we do have a negotiated collective bargaining agreement, the districts and CSCA abide by that contract. When something arises outside of that contract, then we go to those other things, right? But as soon as we acknowledge that we have a negotiated and agreed to collective bargaining agreement, those are the rules we play by. Sometimes people will say, well, I don't know, labor law says this for bus drivers or whatever. But like Andy mentioned, not everything applies to public sector in the labor law.
correct. So moving forward, who can tell me what a contract is without looking at the screen?
The contract is something that is supposed to collectively be with the whole bargaining agreement, like as a whole, but we get like 12 members that show up to our meetings, so it doesn't really go that way. And we talk about it, and then you have the 610 process that you go through with your board. But it's basically kind of outlining the laws of what they're supposed to follow for classifieds. It doesn't happen, but it's supposed to.
Good. So your contract is something that is in writing, right? It's put in writing. It covers wages, hours, and conditions of employment, which we have a fellow labor rep or had in our office who says, I can almost find anything to fall under the conditions of employment, right? So there's that. And then it has to have a stated period of time no longer than 3 years. What does that mean? That means the term of the contract. Most of you have a 3-year contract. There might be some chapters that have a 2-year contract. Very few have a 1-year contract. We usually do a 2 to a 3-year contract. And then in that contract, there is an article that talks about how to file a grievance, what those steps are. I also want to say it's very important to look in your contract under the grievance article, because some districts have a particular form that you have to fill out to file a grievance. Not all, but some do. So please check your language to see what it says. And then the contract has to be signed and ratified by both parties. So not only, I mean, it's the district and CSEA agrees, right? MOUs, memorandum of understandings, and side letter agreements. Those are also contracts. They're not going to be necessarily in your contract, your 3-year contract, but they are considered contracts. Okay. Some MOUs get put into your contract depending on what it is. Oops.
So can I add something, Andy?
You sure can.
So regarding MOUs, the memorandums of understandings and the side letters, so they have two different names, but they mean the exact same thing, right? It's just something that was negotiated outside of your term. But if you want that that MOU or that side letter to go into later at a later time and be inserted into your CBA, it has to state that somewhere on that MOU. Otherwise, the district will say, oh, we just had this for a short period of time and it no longer exists, right? Or it doesn't apply anymore. If it's important, then your negotiating team, especially the negotiating members, should understand if it's something important enough to get put inside your CBA at a later time, it must state that on the MOU. Otherwise, it expires.
Yes.
Just a little
Thank
tidbit
you.
for your negotiators out there.
Yes, thank you. All right, so according to Government Code 3540.1, subsection E, it defines an exclusive representative as an exclusive negotiating representative of certified or classified employees in an appropriate unit of a public school employer. Employee organization recognized or certified. So what does that mean? So CSEA is your exclusive representative, right? And to the district, it's CSEA and its chapter are the exclusive representatives. Who can tell me what it means where it says organization recognized or certified? Do you know what that means? So an organization recognized would be your chapter. When was your chapter recognized by PERB and certified? When were they certified? So you all have a chapter name, right? And then you have a chapter number. That chapter number tells you when your chapter was, I want to say, created or acknowledged, right? Certified with PERB. PERB is Public Employee Relations Board. So everything has to be approved through them. So I have Fruitvale chapter 655. So 655 means they were the 655th chapter to be recognized in the state of California as a chapter. Did anybody know that already? Nope. Okay, I taught you something new.
Andy, you just taught me
Yay.
something new as well.
Yay.
Yay.
Okay, so agents or representatives of CSEA, meaning your local chapter, right? They're elected or appointed officers. You have elected or appointed stewards, which you guys are going to have to look in your constitution and bylaws at some point before you finish, or by the time you finish all of 3 trainings, to identify whether a steward is elected or appointed. And then it also includes CSEA staff, like your labor reps, okay? So again, exclusive representative means CSEA and its respective chapter. So on your agreements, you are going to see that. CSEA and its respective chapter, or CSEA and its Fruitvale chapter 655. And Fruitvale, if you're here, I'm picking on you.
Right.
Okay, so
Andy, can you talk about if there's 2 chapters in a unit or like 2 unions in 1 chapter? How does that work?
What do you mean, like at Panama where we have Teamsters?
So like, for example, yes.
Okay,
exactly.
so at Panama, because I came from Panama and Andrea represents them now, CSEA did not represent all the classified employees at Panama. The bus drivers and custodians, which in a lot of our districts are covered under CSEA, right? Represented by CSEA. At Panama, those 2 classifications are represented by the Teamsters. There are other districts, probably more northern, and one in town, I think Standard here in Bakersfield, are represented by SEIU, which is another union. So that does happen. There are also districts where secretaries are not part of CSEA, they're part of another union, or they're not represented at all. So is that,
Correct.
did you want to
Yeah.
discuss anything else about that,
That's
Andrea?
exactly what I mean. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, no, so all of that just to say, you guys might have another union at your district facility, right, on their property, that their rules are a little bit different from yours, and there's nothing that we can cross over. So if
Right.
Teamsters doesn't have the same contract, and they don't, as CSEA, they follow theirs and we follow ours. So sometimes it's a little confusing when you have coworkers that belong to a different union because they don't follow the same rule.
Right. And also, you're going to
That's all.
find confidential classified employees, right? You're going to hear of that. They are not represented by us. So again, they don't follow our rules. Okay. The
Correct.
teachers, people like to compare us to the teachers. We're not the teachers. Their contract is totally different than ours, right? They're all full-time employees. We're made up of a bunch of part-time. So our rules are different than theirs in a lot of ways. Okay,
Yes.
so what is a grievance? Can someone come off mute and tell me?
When there's been a violation of the contract and the union has to step in to correct it because the member isn't getting anywhere on their own.
Right, Crystal, that's exactly what I always say, right? It's whenever the district has violated the contract, but guess what? A grievance is whatever your contract says it is, okay? So here's an example definition of a grievance, and you need to, again, look in your contract under the grievance article to determine what defines a grievance in your chapter. So this example says a grievance is a violation, it's a misinterpretation, a misrepresentation, or misapplication of the collective bargaining agreement. Okay. Does anyone have their contract present with them to where they can quickly look in their grievance article and see what theirs says?
It'll be super similar, but maybe not exactly. So that's why it's
Mhm.
important. And Andy is expressing the difference of a word or two makes a big difference.
Right. And I'm going to just share, this is kind of off topic, but I love when our people or our chapters, like I know my chapter president, Morgan Rivers from Kern Valley is here. Yay. She, at her chapter meetings, she has started going through particular articles in their contract at her chapter meetings. And that is such an awesome thing to do because it kind of helps us, one, understand the language, two, kind of helps us determine whether we have some gray language, which means it can be interpreted differently, which we don't want, right? We don't want the district to be able to come in and interpret it in a way that benefits them. We negotiated this language. We know what our intent is. So we want to make sure that language clearly states what the intent was. Okay. Sorry, that was kind of off topic. Okay, so moving on. Who can grieve? Who can file a grievance? Does it have to be the labor rep or can it be anybody?
Anybody.
Okay. Anybody else?
Does it have to be a steward that files?
Nope. So thank you. You guys are, Petrus, you're right. It's anybody, right? It can be an individual member. It could be a group of individuals. The chapter can file a grievance or the association. So as a labor rep, if I see that the district's violating the contract, I can file a grievance on behalf of the chapter. Okay. But you always want to make sure you check the contract to make sure it states that, because there are contracts that state otherwise. Okay. Any questions on that? So when we say a group of individuals, maybe it's the kitchen staff, maybe there's some issues going on in the kitchen and not one person wants to file because it's affecting everybody. So all the kitchen staff want to file, you can do that. I do want to say, even though you can file a grievance on your own, or the chapter can file a grievance, or a group of members can file it, I always say, please talk to your labor rep, ask for guidance, because the last thing we want you to do is file a grievance where you don't have your facts. You don't have enough facts to back up what you're grieving, okay? That's the most important thing as a labor rep for me. You can file it on your own, but please let me look things over and help you and guide you and teach you what really needs to be in that grievance to make it a strong grievance. Because maybe it's not really a grievance, maybe it's more of a complaint, right? And we don't want you to look like a fool going off of feelings versus an actual violation.
I have a question.
Yep.
The grievance, let's say if it would be like our supervisor telling us, hey, you know what, I think you should file for a grievance. Like on a certain situation, let's say like a parent or another coworker. Now, in that case, before me even taking that, I should always run it through my union rep, right?
I had a hard time hearing because it's kind of mumbled. Can you help me, Andrea?
Oh,
Is it a complaint? Was it
Yes,
a complaint?
absolutely. No, yeah. So
let me see if you can
Karen,
hear me now.
that's the big difference that Andy was trying to,
Can you hear me now?
describe earlier. So a complaint versus a grievance. So if there's a supervisor encouraging you to file a grievance, that supervisor probably doesn't know what the heck a grievance is in our contract. So against another employee, that would be a personnel complaint. Against a supervisor would be a personnel complaint. Those are not grievances. Unless you can actually find the language in your contract that has been violated, it's probably not a grievance.
Right.
Did that help answer your question?
Okay.
Karen, did that answer your question? I see her trying to mess with her computer.
Yeah.
So you guys,
There's
it's also
explanation in the chat.
It's also CSCA's obligation to uphold the contract, but we cannot do it without your help. In a timely manner is so important, because if something is being done to you and it's a violation of your contract and you come to us 6 months later, you have missed that timeline to file a grievance. So the sooner you inform us that the grievance is happening, the better chance you are to have a winning end and a successful grievance filed.
Right.
Okay, so just keep that in mind. If we don't know, we cannot help you.
Right. I can't tell you how many times we've had people come to us and it's like 6 months to a year later. And it's like, your timeline more than likely has ran out. So we can't help you in that situation, like Andrea said. All right. So again, you're gonna hear us say this over and over, but you have to look at your grievance article to see what the steps are. All right. Normally, in a grievance article, your first step is the informal step. Can someone tell me what that step would look like to you? What do you think an informal step is? Petrus? Okay.
Meeting with the
Anybody, just come off mute.
meeting with the supervisor to discuss the concerns of the grievant.
Right. Very good. And that's the step we want to try to resolve these grievances at, right? We don't want to have to take them to the end, right? The formal part. So if we can stop it at the lowest level, that's the goal. If not, if we can't, if the supervisor's not doing anything, then we're going to go to a formal supervisory step, which now it's not a conversation anymore. Now we're putting it into writing, supervisor. So again, we're talking about timelines. We're going to go into that in the next couple slides, but you want to start notating when you started this grievance. So at the step 1, right? Step 2, the formal supervisory, put it in writing. And then step 3, if your supervisor didn't respond or they did and they still aren't fixing the problem, we're going to take it to the administration or maybe superintendent, right? Superintendent usually is the last person that we go to. And there's a timeline there. When we send them our formal written grievance, they have a certain amount of time to respond, right? If they respond and it's the issue is still not corrected, the district standing strong, hey, we're not in violation. Now we are looking at possible mediation. We would get someone that would come, a mediator we would get from PERB. They would come and mediate the district and us. So the district would be in one room, we'd be in another room, and that person's going to go back and forth, trying to come to some sort of agreement. And if we can't do that, then the final step would be arbitration. Not everybody has, and we're going to go into this next too, is binding arbitration. Binding arbitration is where an arbitrator would come in and have his findings, and that's what happens. Whatever his findings are, that's the outcome. If you have advisory arbitration, that means whatever that arbitrator, whatever his decision was, he gives that decision to the district, and it's up to them to decide if they want to follow through with that or not, right? That's not what we want. And a lot of our contracts have that in there, unfortunately. The hopes is to have binding arbitration in your grievance article. Okay.
Andy, can I pop in real quick?
Yep.
Sorry. I just want to clarify what I said in the chat, because now that I'm reading it, I'm like, maybe I didn't come across correctly. Somebody asked, let me get this right. If it's not in the contract, it's not a grievance. And I said, correct. A grievance is a violation of the contract. And what I mean by that is a grievance is something that you bring forward because the contract has been violated. So I just wanted to clarify that.
Thank you. All right, so our final grievance step typically includes one of the following, which is what I just went over, right? We have a neutral arbitrator who is, the findings are either going to be binding or advisory. We don't like advisory because guess what? Those superintendents, they tell their school boards what they want, right? Those, unfortunately, a lot of our school board members, I don't mean to talk bad, but a lot of them, they're seat fillers. They're there to collect their benefits. So they're going to do whatever the superintendent wants. So we like binding arbitration better. Some of your final steps will say that it goes to the school board, right, for their decision. Again, how likely are we to win that case, right? And then some also say superintendent is the final say. So again, it's kind of harder to win those cases when it's going to a school board or the superintendent as the final outcome. Any questions
Right.
so far?
And most of the time, I would just like to add, Andy, most of the time when we have a superintendent, the rule is they're not supposed to speak with the board, right? On any grievances or any possible outcomes, but that's not the case. The superintendent is always talking to the school board. So when we have to go and file a grievance or get to the end of that grievance and it's in front of an advisory arbitrator or a neutral arbitrator, it's not a good outcome for us typically. So that's why Andy said we try to take care of it in steps, informal 1 or 2, right? If we have to go further than that, then we're really going to start to battle. And it most of the time with that kind of arbitrator does not turn out well for us.
Yeah, and that's why it's
So we
important to
got to
make
keep
sure.
that in mind.
Yeah, and that's why it's important to make sure we
Good.
have our facts, right? And we have our proof to back up what we're saying, right? Because that builds a strong case. If we're going in there and we're just hoping like heck that they'll agree with us, chances are we're probably not going to go to mediation because we're not going to win, right?
We got a question in the chat.
Right.
They want to know if it's true that our contract is required to be posted publicly rather than only to members.
Most of the time your contracts are posted on the district's website. I don't know that it's a requirement like a law, but every classified member should have a copy of their contract. And if you don't, you need to go to the district office and ask them for a copy. They are required to provide you with a copy. And a lot of times now that everything is so technical savvy, unlike me, they'll tell you it's online and you can go online. So, but if again, look in your contract, because some contracts say that every employee is due a physical copy. So if that's the case, you have a right to ask for a hard copy and they have to provide that for you. But you have to go to the district office and request that.
Right.
Mhm. Okay, so with grievances, we talk about the timelines, right? Again, you want to look in your contract to see what the timelines say. Because, for example, this one says you have 15 calendar days to hold an informal meeting with the supervisor. So 15 days from the time you found out the violation. Okay, so that means you can't come back 30 days later because now you're pissed off at your supervisor. You will have a timeline as to when you can informally have that grievance, start that grievance rather. Once you inform the supervisor of your grievance, they have 10 calendar days to respond with their decision. Does everyone understand that? This timeline is going to follow through every step. And again, you want to make sure you read your article to confirm the number of days. And you also want to look, does it say calendar days or does it say business days? Right? That's a big difference. And I prefer business days because we don't want to count weekends and we don't want to have to count holidays. Right?
Right.
Any questions so
Keisha
far?
has her hand up.
Oh, Keisha, I'm sorry. I can't see people. So thank you,
It's
Andrea.
okay. I do have a question. Is there any circumstance whereby a grievance can kind of be refiled in order? Okay, let's just say you're trying to address something which ended up as a complaint, which took forever. The union didn't pick it up as a grievance because of the long process of the complaint. But wherein there was a grievance hidden in there whereby contract was violated, but it's kind of mushed together in one big. They do this sometimes. So you end up with a complaint and not just a grievance because it's all intertwined, I'll call it. All right. Now they stretch it out so that you miss that 15-day window. All right. And let's just say the following school year, the same thing starts happening again. Can you then file a grievance based on the school year, or is this just in general per your employment time or something? Like, is there a timeline in terms of when you can file or refile a grievance type of thing? If that makes sense.
I'm going to let Andrea answer this, but I'm going to tell you my opinion is file it again, right? Because the first one was a complaint. The first one was a complaint, right? And if it's continuing to happen, okay, now this is happening, so now I'm going to file a grievance.
Yeah,
right?
Because then the complaint also came with retaliation, which makes it tie in more to a grievance now, even though that grievance was originally in the complaint.
Right. But I'm going to let Andrea follow up because I may have given you bad information. I always say try because some districts will let you, right?
I agree, Andy. So we always, if we think and we're not sure it's a grievance, first of all and foremost, contact your labor rep. I don't understand how a grievance and a complaint can be intertwined. I haven't come across that in 10.5 years. It's a complaint.
There's a situation where you inform your supervisor, and this is where the grievance comes in. You inform your supervisor of, say, health code violation. All right. And instead of addressing the health code violation, you therefore get chastised by asking you to do duties which are not yours. They're somebody else's duties. They take stuff away from you that's under your contract is yours, and they add additional responsibilities which do not fall under your job description even. And they do it even in writing, that type of stuff. So that part, they're violating the contract.
Okay.
All right. But the official complaint was because the same supervisor basically demeaned you or like ill-treated you during meetings, that type of stuff in public, whereby there are witnesses, all the rest of that. And that part is a complaint. It's not a grievance. You get the point? So, but when the union looks at it, they look at the whole package and they're like, well, you have to do the complaint because this is a complaint. And then even if I point out that, okay, but in the middle of this complaint, there is the violation of our contract.
So you would have
they're
to identify, Keisha, you have to identify what article did they violate? Do
Yeah,
you,
no.
I'm hearing safety, so you would have to have a safety
Yes.
article in your contract in
No,
in
I
order
got
for
the
it to be a
contract
grievance.
number. I pointed it out to the union rep and the steward, and they're like, okay, we definitely have something here, but and then the but came in, so I'm like, okay, you're not going to pick it up, which they did not. So they're like, okay, we're gonna do you're gonna do the uniform complaint first, okay, and then we'll see what happens. And then they basically just dropped the ball because it's in there black and white. I pointed out the exact article, the codes they violated, everything, how it ties into the retaliation. I did the work for them, is what I'm saying.
So Keisha, so who can file a grievance?
Anyone, I know.
Right. So you could have fought if you felt that your labor rep dropped the ball, then you could have filed that grievance on your own. You could have gone to your chapter leadership and had them file it on your behalf, whatever. There's other ways. So I'm sorry that that happened to you.
No, no, it's
But,
okay. And that's
but
why
I
I'm
would
in
say,
this. That's why
but
I'm
I
in
would,
this training.
I would say, start again, try it again.
No, and that's
right?
what I wanted to know, if I can start again, because let's just say, given the personality of certain leadership, we'll call it, I know it's going to reoccur because it has, not just with me, but with other people. And this isn't even so much about me. This is about helping other people, because I've seen it happen over this, so many complaints filed against them, and it all just gets pushed under the carpet. It's like nobody wants to touch it. Not even the union type of thing. So that's why I'm here doing this. And that's the only reason I rejoined the union, because I had quit. So I'm here in order to get this fixed, because it needs to be fixed.
I would say, just because maybe you felt maybe let down by your labor rep, please don't not contact them. Don't not ask for their guidance. Okay.
I don't know. I do. I still do. And I do. We work on cases, other stewards, where I work on cases and help them find their articles and everything else to tie things in together. But I'm like, I need to be an all hands in person now, because it's getting too much.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that, Keisha. Good question. Very good question, because
and there's no rule. There's no rule that doesn't say that you cannot file a grievance and a complaint simultaneously. So if you feel you want to keep it separate because it's more simple, then do it that way. But you got to keep track.
Yeah.
All right.
All right. So again, we're talking about timelines. So I say, y'all not going to agree with me on this, but every year CSEA likes to give out these free little pocket calendars that those will remind me of my grandma. But there is a good use for them. As a steward, hold on to those. Put those in your toolkit so you can track your timelines on your grievances. Okay. Or have some sort of a planner that you keep strictly for tracking your grievances. Okay. And you should have gone over in UST 1. Some chapters like to number their grievances for the year, right? That's a good idea. So it kind of helps you track because maybe you have multiple grievances going at one time. So numbering them might help them, or add a name or a violation title to your grievances. But keep track of those grievances on a calendar. And make sure it's something you're looking at on a daily basis, because I'm guilty of this. I have come very close to missing a timeline because I'm not checking on that particular grievance, right? So very, very important to have a calendar or something. So if our timelines are not—
just using this. I'm sorry, go ahead. You're probably going to talk about what I was just going to say. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to give an example. Using the slide that we just came off of, if there was a grievance like on August the 4th, using this page, on what day, if the grievance actually happened, or the violation, I'm sorry, actually happened on the 4th, till when do you have to speak to your immediate supervisor? Anybody. using the 10-day rule.
Yeah, before 10 days are up.
Yeah, I don't believe in, I'm with no weekends, so it's business days.
But Erica, you have to go. She said what, according to the
So the
timeline on the
18th?
previous
Would it be the
slide.
18th?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, absolutely. So if that violation happened on the 4th, we're gonna start with the 5th, right? So that happened on Tuesday. I start my time tomorrow. I'm gonna go talk to that, maybe because I had to stew over it. Or maybe I had to go back and read my contract and say, was it truly a violation? Did they really violate this contract? So my day and my timeline starts on Wednesday, the 5th, and my 10-day deadline is the 18th. So if you fail to speak with your immediate supervisor by the 18th, guess what you just did? You just missed your timeline, right? If that violation happened on the 4th and then you took it to your chapter president or your labor rep on the 7th, that violation still happened on the 4th. So you guys need to keep that in mind. Don't be
And
afraid
again,
to speak to the immediate supervisor on your own.
right. And don't forget the holidays. If there's holidays that fall in there, that's where the wording comes in. Is it calendar days or business days? And business days are days that the district office is open, not your school site. Business days are when the district office is open. Okay.
I have a question. So that means that she said so the incident happened on the 4th and she took it until the 7th of August. It's still because it's between the 10 days, right?
Mhm.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm just going to tell you a little tip so you don't lose your timeline. Tell yourself on the 14th day, if you have 15 days to file your complaint, on the 14th day, make that your end date. That way you don't miss your timeline. It's just good practice, in my opinion. I've actually worked with a labor rep. We were on our way to San Jose for all staff training, and she's literally in the car going, "Holy crap, I'm about to miss my timeline." And she pulls out her laptop and she's filing and rescinding. And so it's very, very important for all of us to make sure we watch these timelines. So
Yeah,
if our
don't work by yourself. Get somebody on board.
Yes. And again, when you're filing a grievance, always work with your labor rep, okay? Just if anything for the guidance and how to do things properly, because we want you to have a strong grievance, okay? So if our timelines aren't followed, the grievance can be dismissed, and we don't want that, right? If you start your grievance and you know you're going to run out of time, or if you know okay, I'm going to say we're going to move to the second step. Okay. You've talked to the immediate supervisor. They responded. Nothing got resolved. So now we're going to go to the second step, right? And you need a little more time, or maybe the district needs more time to respond. Okay. So whether it's the first step or the second step, the district needs more time to respond. Maybe they need to do an investigation, right? They can ask to put this in abeyance, meaning we can put it on pause for a period of time. Do we want that to be 30 days? No, so both parties have to agree to the pause time. Okay. If we have that agreement, both parties agree to pause it, it has to be put in writing. Okay. Because if it's not put in writing, it doesn't exist. Right. And a lot of times your districts they'll try that, right? They'll think, oh, if I have a conversation with the chapter president and say, oh, hey, by the way, chapter president, we're going to need a little more time on that grievance. And the chapter president says, hey, yeah, no problem. Is that going to hold? No. They're hoping we're going to miss the timeline, or they will, right? If the district, I'm probably jumping ahead here. Well, it's at the bottom. So if the district doesn't respond within their timeline to us, then we automatically are going to escalate to the next step. Okay. They missed their timeline, so we're moving forward. Okay. Does everyone understand that?
And I would just like to add, you guys really do have to read that grievance article because some of the contracts actually state if the management fails to meet their timeline, CSEA wins, right? They get what they asked for
Yeah.
as a remedy. So make sure you're reading your contract and you know if they screw up and they miss their timeline without asking for an extension, you've just won your grievance.
Yeah.
So it's very, very important to read that article and know it inside and out.
Yes. Thank you.
I have a question. If you do not agree to extend with them, what would happen in that situation?
Then we move forward.
The timeline sticks. Yeah, you just you go with your original timeline. But that's the importance of building really good working relationships. I mean, it may not always be that district that needs the extra time because I'm thinking of a district that I work with quite a bit on grievances, and the management just totally sucks. Their HR department is horrible. So it's normally the management that says, hey, I need to extend this timeline. Do you mind? If they're working on moving forward, I don't have a problem saying, okay, I'll give you another week or 2 weeks. But if I know they're incompetent and they just don't know their job, I'm like, sorry, we've been through this. We did this last month. I'm not doing it again. So it's up to your labor rep, your chapter president, your steward, whoever it is that's assisting you to know what kind of working relationships we have with the districts to either allow it or just say, no, I'm onto your game. We're moving forward.
Right. And
that's how I do business.
yes, I do too. And also we have a lot of principals that are new and they don't know our contract. They know the teacher's contract because they used to be a teacher, right? So it's just a matter of us having that informal conversation and showing them where they violated our contract. And then boom, hopefully problem solved, right? Because I've run into that a lot. Even in MOT, you know, a lot of we get a lot of new MOT directors and they don't know our contract. And so it's up to us to teach them the hard way. So, so now we're coming up to our first poll. I think it's our only poll. I'm going to read, there's 5 different scenarios I'm going to read, and Fallon's going to pull up the poll for you to answer. I think we're kind of new at this, so bear with us. Either way, we can get through this. We can answer out loud, however we want to do this. But the first scenario is you're going to tell me whether this is a grievance or not. Okay. So the first scenario is the contract provision reads, extra trips involving mountain driving shall be assigned to drivers on the basis of seniority and qualifications. Management decides to assign a mountain run to Nancy. Even though Jolene is the most senior driver, Jolene has driven mountain runs before and has a clean record. Would this be considered a grievance? And tell me why.
Yes,
Anybody?
because it's in the contract
What does it say? Can you
that
never
it has to be the most senior person, and she's the most senior person.
qualified? Correct. Very
Qualified.
good. Good job. Thank you. You win a grievance, Danielle.
Andy, would you like me to do the polls because it's not set up in this one, so I can set it up and put the poll out for each one, but it's up to you. Or do you want to answer?
It's up to you, however easy it is for you. You're my tech person, not me.
Okay, I'll throw after each one. I'll throw a poll out.
Okay, so you guys don't have to come off. You can just answer your polls. It should pop up for you guys. All right, so our second.
I'll give you a few minutes.
Yeah, so our second scenario, food service employees by contract have the right to a 10-minute break every 2 hours. Sally's break time is usually 11 a.m. But the food service supervisor says Sally can't take her break until 11:30 because the kids are on a field trip and they need bag lunches made by 11:30. Well, Sally works until 11:30. Would that be a grievance?
I would, well, in our contract, I would say no because our contract says that breaks can be moved, but lunches can't.
Okay, but she gets off at 11:30.
Oh, then she need to talk to her supervisor.
So would it be a grievance?
Looks like most
Good.
people are saying yes.
Yep, good job, you guys. It would be a grievance because the fact that she does get off. Oh, sorry. I have to get this off my screen. Because she does her stop time is 11:30. If she works past 11:30, what happens now? It becomes overtime, right? And usually overtime has to be approved first. And normally they would know ahead of time that these kids are going on a field trip and those lunches should have been made ahead of time, correct? All right, next scenario. The contract reads, overtime shall be assigned to employees on the basis of seniority. No employee shall be required to work overtime. Well, Bob's supervisor told Bob to work overtime. Bob wrote a letter to his supervisor and the MOT director explaining that he did not want to work the overtime and that he had a medical excuse for not working the overtime. Nevertheless, Bob worked overtime as directed. Is that a grievance? And let me know if you need me to reread it.
Yes, please reread.
Reread. Okay, the contract reads, overtime shall be assigned to employees on the basis of seniority. No employee shall be required to work overtime. Bob's supervisor told Bob to work overtime. Bob wrote a letter to his supervisor and the MOT director explaining he did not want to work the overtime and he had a medical excuse for not working the overtime. Nevertheless, Bob went ahead and worked overtime as directed. So is that a grievance?
Yes, that is a grievance.
Yes, it is. And why is that?
Because he was still like on probation and it wasn't his time and he had a medical note.
Karen, I love that you made the story that he's on probation. The fact is the contract stated seniority is given by seniority, but employees do not have to work the overtime. So Bob's supervisor was forcing him to work the overtime. Okay, good job, you guys. So the next one, it's a simple one. I don't like my boss. Is that a grievance? Good job. No, it's not. That's just our feelings, right? Okay, last one. Joe requests vacation per the contract procedure. The contract does not contain clear language regarding the confirmation of approved vacation. But in the past, employees, including Joe, have taken vacation unless they've received a written memo that the request has been denied. The day after his day of vacation, the employer informs Joe that he'll be docked for taking the day off. Is that a grievance? Absolutely. Can someone tell me why?
Does he follow the contract's requirements for it to apply for vacation?
Exactly. Good job. Thank you. You get a grievance. All right. You guys did good on that. Any questions so far? Everyone's good?
How many people have actually written a grievance? I'd like to see that just by a show of hands or something.
Yeah.
Anybody assisted with a grievance? Because you guys seem like you know what you're doing. Nobody? Okay. All right. Well, we'll change that.
Keisha raised her hand.
Okay, Keisha. Good.
I have a question. I don't know. Can you
Right.
hear?
Okay.
Audio. Thanks. Just was wondering in that scenario if it wasn't really clear in the contract, but the precedent's been set over time, can that kind of lead to, well, this is how it's always been, why is it an exception?
Right. So we'll go over what past practice looks like.
Thank you.
Yes. Good question. All right. So now we're going to talk about the grievance processing. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm skipping into slide on my end. So remember, a grievance is whatever the contract says it is, right? Normally it covers all four corners of the contract, but what else could it cover? Maybe we don't have something in the contract, but it falls under ed code, right? Ed code is the floor of our rules and laws for the classified, right? And certificated, but there's a certain part for classified. So even if they violate ed code, that's a grievance, right? Our contract is based off of ed code, but sometimes we're able to negotiate something a little bit higher, a little bit better, right? Than what ed code says.
Yeah.
Any questions on that?
Hey, Andy, actually, I think I skipped a slide, but I don't have another slide. Our trainer thing says one thing, and then this, I think you were on the right page, and
Okay, no worries.
don't
I
have
can
that,
read
I
it.
guess.
So it's just going over the processing
Okay.
of grievancing. So when someone comes to you with a grievance, you want to make sure you interview them, right? You got to find out what the situation is, what the issue is. So you're going to interview them. And I like to say, talk to them multiple times, because maybe when they first come to you, they're so upset, they're pissed off, and they're not thinking clearly, right? We're going off of emotion at that point. So maybe you hear them out that time, but maybe we're going to call them back the next day and say, hey, can you tell me again what happened? And maybe they're more calm. Maybe they'll remember things better. So interview the grievant. That's when you're going to find out, were there witnesses? Are there other grievance? Like, is this a group grievance, or is it just an individual grievance, right? And if it's an individual grievance, are there witnesses, or were there other people around that I can talk to, that we can talk to? So if there were, we want to make sure we're interviewing other people. Did this happen to somebody else, right? Do you know of somebody that this happened to, and maybe they filed a grievance and they won, right? We want to be able to talk to those people. We want to be able to do our fact finding on that, right? So again, that'll fall into, after we interview everybody, we want to go and be able to do our investigation of our facts, right? And make sure we have the story straight. And then we're going to check our timelines. We want to make sure we're not out of a timeline, because again, we have those people that like to come to us a year later because now I'm pissed off at my admin, it doesn't work that way always. So anyway, so that's real important. Then we're going to skip to the next slide, Andrea. How do we make good grievances better? Thank you. How do we make good grievances better? Well, we want to make sure, if you're a union steward, you think you have a grievance, or you have somebody that came to you wanting to file a grievance, you want to make sure, if you have a chief union steward in your chapter, go to them, right? See if they have had the same situation happen, maybe at another site. Maybe they've represented somebody with that same issue. If you don't have a chief steward, maybe you have a grievance committee, or maybe always go to the labor rep, right? That's the LRR. Always inform the labor rep. And your executive board, you want to make sure we're communicating with our e-board. That way they have an idea of what grievances we're having to deal with as a chapter, because if we're having a lot of grievances that are falling under a particular article in our contract that the district is violating, maybe we need to address that article in negotiations, right? Maybe we need to enhance our language in that article. That way they can't or shouldn't violate that article. And then you want to seek input and brainstorm with all of these people, with your e-board, with your chief stewards or other stewards, right? Your labor rep. Because again, maybe they've dealt with these same situations just at different sites, okay? Or again, maybe it's something we need to address in negotiations. If it is something that maybe in the cafeteria, there's been multiple grievances on the same matter, maybe this is something we can organize around, right? Or if it is something that we want to take to negotiations, we can organize around it during negotiations, right? Or maybe we organize and we go to the board. So those are things to think about.
I'd like to add, Andy, when we deal with grievances, we have repeat offenders, right? And it's a it's a good thing for us because then we become very familiar with how to handle these. But the repeat offender is not always us. The repeat offender is always, the majority of the time, the district, right? We try to follow our CBA as we wrote it, as we agreed to it. And the district is that repeat offender that is always trying to get away with a new management not coming in and reading our CBA and just saying, oh, this is how I did it at another job, so this is how we're going to do it here. It doesn't work that way. And the more knowledge you have about that contract, the quicker we can put a stop to the grievance or the violation of our contract. So that'll repeat it. Just keep in the back of your head, the repeat offenders that we deal with in grievances is always the district because we try to follow our own CBA.
Right. And it's our job to make sure that districts do follow our contract, right? It's our job. If we allow them to get by with something, well, what are we doing? We're creating a precedence, right? We're now violating our own contract by allowing them to violate it. So we have that contract in place for a reason. It's their protections for you. Okay. And please, again, do not operate in a vacuum. You are no way going to know everything going out becoming a union steward. Always reach out to your labor rep. Please, please, please. You do not know everything. And we have loads of information. We have loads of resources that we can share with you. We can show you to train you to be even better as you go along. Okay. And like the slide says, take a breath. You're a union steward. You are not a miracle worker. Namaste. You're gonna
That's
get
right.
people, you're gonna get people that call you and they want to just complain, 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 complain. And you're gonna have in your head, this is not a violation, this is a complaint. I'm gonna tell you, we have to teach our members the difference between a complaint and a violation of the contract. Because I get people all the time, I want to file a grievance. I want to file a grievance. Okay, what on? You know what I started doing? What article did they violate? And number one, they're going to be like, oh, I don't know. I've never opened up my contract. I don't know. So we're going to teach them to open up that contract and let's look at the articles. And as a labor rep, I'm going to help them. Like, okay, this is what I heard you say. Let's look under this article. Did they violate it? So forth, right? And then we're going to teach them what a complaint is because maybe it's a member on member and it's not a contract violation, right? If it's a member on member, that's a complaint that has to be filed with the Human Resources Department. We don't deal with that, okay?
Yes.
And then everyone wants you to save their job, right? We can't always save your job, but we can sure fight that fight for you, right? So you're not a miracle worker. We can't make everything happen the way everybody wants it. Okay. All right. I think this is probably, do you guys want to we have an activity coming up next. So do you guys want to take a quick bathroom break or do you want to work through the activity first? We can take like a quick 5-minute break.
Bathroom break.
Good, because I need
Yeah,
water.
I think it's fair. Yeah.
Okay.
And
Let's
we are a
take 5
union. I
minutes.
don't want anybody going back and saying
Yeah.
we didn't give you a break.
Wait a minute, we're still within our first 4 hours, so no. Just kidding, guys. Let's
Yes,
take a
you want to
5.
come back at 10:25?
Yeah. Okay,
Okay,
I'm gonna go get
10:25,
water.
guys.
Thank you. Okay, are we ready to move on? There's
I
a
think
few that
so.
there's a few that aren't, their cameras are off, but let's go ahead and get started. In your not homework, in your packet, you should have an activity 1. That's what we're going to work on now. And I'm going to go over the scenario with you guys, and then we're going to just kind of work as a large group, I think, on this. We may at the end put you guys in breakout rooms. I'm not sure. We'll see how it goes. We'll see what everybody wants to do at the end. But this is a situation where you're a union steward, and you also in your homework packet, you should have got it in the first one too. UST 1 is you have that Spurlock contract. We're going to be working with that, okay, in this activity. So you're a union steward for the Spurlock Chapter 911. You received the following message from a member named Natasha Richardson, a part-time food service employee that works 3 hours a day, 5 days a week. Natasha tells you that she had to work 6 additional hours last Tuesday, but the employer refuses to pay cash for the additional worked hours. Natasha tells you that the food service manager said there's no extra money in the budget to pay for the additional worked hours. But I'm willing to let you take 6 hours of comp time off when things slow down later in the year. Well, Natasha doesn't want time off, but she wants to be paid. So Natasha asks to meet with you. So you guys need that Spurlock contract. You need your grievance form, which all should be in your packets today, because those are the things that we're going to be using.
I
You
just
guys
got
are
both in the chat as well.
okay. Thank you. So you guys are going to have the opportunity. You're lucky. We have 3 guests with us today. So you're going to have the opportunity to interview the 3 guests that we have to help you analyze the situation and determine your next steps. So we have Natasha Richardson, who is your grievant, right? We have Lupe Dorado. She's the food service manager. And then we have Marty Harrison, who's a coworker. So they're going to be here for you to ask questions. After you ask, you're going to have 15 minutes to analyze the witness information gathered during the interview. And then you're going to try to determine whether or not it's a contractual violation that occurred given the facts. So be prepared to discuss your findings and answer the questions below. So first off, we're going to do the interview. Natasha Richardson is here. Hello, I'm Natasha. So if anyone has any questions you want to ask about the scenario, I'm here to answer any questions you might have. I've already told you a little bit about what happened. So feel free to come off mute and ask me questions.
Hi, Natasha. I have a couple questions for you.
Okay.
Who asked you to work the additional hours? Was it the manager, Lupe?
Yes.
And did you get 2 weeks notice when you were asked, or were you asked on the day of?
I believe it was the day of.
Yeah. And that was it. That was my questions.
In case anybody else has questions, let's you guys raise your hands, because we want to give everybody else to put a chance to put on their thinking caps and ask the questions that are relevant.
Yep.
Go ahead, Crystal.
Natasha, I just want to confirm that your normal work schedule is 3 hours a day for 5 days a week.
Yeah, I work 7:30 in the morning until 10:30.
And
Monday
then
through Friday.
on Tuesday, what time did you leave with those additional hours?
I work 4:30.
And were you given all your breaks as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, Josephina, go ahead.
Has this happened to you before, Natasha?
Nothing like this, no.
Okay.
Mary?
Natasha, I had a question. Did Lupe tell you how you were gonna get paid before she told you about doing the extra time?
No. It's my understanding our contract says that we get paid for overtime.
Did you state that you wanted to get paid for your
Yes.
overtime or not? Or did you want to get vacation time?
No, I specifically said I wanted to get paid.
Okay.
But she told me that it wasn't in the budget. I had to do comp time.
Everybody should be taking notes. And it'd be nice to have a few more people with some questions for Natasha. Crystal?
Natasha, were you given an opportunity to deny the overtime?
No.
Did Lupe specifically tell you it was required?
Yes.
Okay.
Teresa?
Are you normally paid cash or is it added to your monthly or weekly paycheck?
So when we say cash, it's not cash like dollar bills. It's in
Okay.
our normal pay warrant. So yes.
Okay. Okay.
I know that's kind of confusing for people.
Yeah, because I was like, did they get cash? Okay.
No. Tax free. No. Under the table.
Go ahead, Sonia. Sonia?
Hi, did you get a timesheet written with the overtime that you did signed by the supervisor?
Yes. Dawn?
Was Marty present when all of this was being said? Oops.
I don't know, honestly. I don't remember.
Yes. Just say yes.
Okay. Okay. Yes, she was. Because I can't remember if we
Go
were at a
ahead,
meeting or not.
Crystal. Sonia, do you have another question or you didn't put your hand down?
Sorry,
Okay,
I forgot to
so
put
go
my
ahead.
hand.
Okay, Martin.
Do you know if this has occurred to any other of your coworkers, or have you heard of this happening before?
Not that I'm aware of.
Dante?
I was going to ask the same question that Martin just told you.
Okay. Crystal?
This might not be a question that you can answer, Natasha, but your Lupe offered you 6 hours of comp time. Do you know why she's offering you such a large amount based on your contract?
Well, it wasn't specifically comp time, it was overtime. So
Okay. Just reading the contract based on the information that we're gathering, you should have your regular rate up to 8 hours and then 1 hour of cash or comp. Because you have 3 hours and then your 6 hours, that's 9 hours. So up to 8 hours, you get regular compensation. Are you aware of that, Natasha?
No, no.
So based on that language, do you still want to move forward with getting cash? Or do you want to take the 6 hours of comp?
No, I want to move forward. I want to be paid out.
All right, just want to make sure.
Thank you. Dante?
Okay. He forgot to put his hand down. Okay.
Oh.
All right. So the next person, Andy, you want to go or finish the interview thingy? Who's the next
Yes,
person up? Marty?
so our next person up, do you guys want to talk to Lupe, the manager, or do you want to talk to Marty, who is my witness or coworker? Let's talk to Marty because Marty, she's my coworker. She might have more information for you. So Marty, is here for you guys to ask
Hi,
questions.
I'm Marty. Okay, you guys, just a little side note. There are some things that we can and cannot answer, and it's your business to try to get it out of us. We can't make up information, so we can only give you what's on our role play here. So I'm going to do the best I can to answer your questions. Go ahead. Dawn?
Were you present when the conversation took place?
Yeah, so we
Between-
had a really quick stand-up meeting, and I was there, but the kitchen was super noisy, and it started around 10:30 in the morning, which is a little later than normal.
Thank you.
Danielle?
Were you offered any overtime hours at the same time?
No, not that particular day, but I have worked in the past without any issues, and I did get cash. So yeah, I don't know what the problem is. And I'm not being a butthole, you guys. I'm playing character, okay? Josephina, go ahead.
You're on mute.
Were you present when Natasha was told that she was going to be given compensatory time instead of paying out her hours?
I wasn't there exactly for that conversation, but I do recall Gerardo asking her to work the hours during the meeting that we had, that stand-up meeting. So I don't know any of the logistics about if it was going to be overtime or comp time.
Thank you.
Yep. Dante?
Hey Marty, has Natasha came to you after the interaction with Lupe and how she felt about that situation?
Good question.
No, she has not approached me, but I do remember asking Lupe for the people that weren't there in that meeting about the comp time, if he was going to follow up with them, and he said that he would. So I really don't know that he did, but I try to keep to my own and try not to get in other people's business.
Sonia?
Do you know of any other co-workers of yours that have had the same issues, or has it all been like pretty okay with everyone else receiving any overtime?
Well, a few years back, I did have a hard time with Lupe, and okay, so I'm answering this like I don't know what you just asked me, because this is sometimes how it goes. But this is my answer to you, Sonia. I do remember a time back when I had some trouble with Lupe, because I was a regional rep in the union, and I don't know if he thought that he had to treat me better, but he treats me really different from everybody else. So again, like I said, when the last time I worked overtime, I just said that I wanted cash and there was no problem with it. So I don't know if my title as regional rep scared him, or he just favors me. I don't know. Crystal?
Just a point of clarification, on the day that Natasha worked the extra hours, did anyone else work any extra hours as well?
Oh, let's see. I don't have that in my cheat sheet answer, so I can't answer that for you really.
Okay.
So yeah, I don't know. My answer is going to be, I don't know.
Thank you.
That might be another question for another character, Crystal.
Yeah, I'll ask the
Anybody
manager.
else?
Okay, nobody else. So we're gonna move on, and we're gonna now talk to Lupe, the cafeteria manager.
Hi, I'm Lupe. Again, I'm in character too, so don't get mad at me. Because we all know we love a manager, right? Anybody have any questions for me? Oh, okay. I think it's Mary.
Mary.
Yeah. Hi, Lupe. I had a question. I was wondering, why were you giving time to Natasha when it wasn't even in the budget to pay her cash? And did you state that I was going to be paid by cash or by vacation time at the end of the year?
I just assigned her overtime. That's above my pay grade. How about Josephina?
Josephina?
Was the overtime approved by your supervisor prior to you giving Natasha the overtime?
That's a great question. You could always reach out to my supervisor.
Crystal?
Hey, Lupe, 2 questions. What was the reason for the overtime? What mandated the extra time?
You know, as a manager, I don't really need to disclose that.
Okay, yeah, you're perfectly fine not disclosing it. And then did you have anyone else besides Natasha work overtime that day?
No, not that I'm aware of, no.
Not that you're aware of? You're the manager for that shift, right?
This is normally where I'd be getting on the manager too, but that I don't have a lot on my sheet, just so you
I
guys
know.
know.
We're all in
Crystal's going
character.
hard. Crystal's going
We're
hard.
going hard and I love it.
Thanks, Fallon. So much. Thanks, Lupe.
All right, Scout.
So I was just curious, referring to my screen here, the Spurlock contract, where Article 4.2, where it says the length of workday shall be designated by district for each classified assignment. The beginning and ending times of all employees in the bargaining agreement unit shall not be changed by more than 1/2 hour without first giving 2 weeks' notice to the affected employees. Have you ever looked at the contract, or why would you decide to kind of go outside of that contract?
Listen, I am not part of the classified group or unit or whatever you call you guys, so I don't really need to pay attention to that. I just do what my boss tells me.
That's a good question, Scout. Good job.
A great question.
Very good question.
And I'm looking at my like 3 sentences on my
And that's
sheet.
that's a really typical answer from a manager too. So Sonia, you're next.
Would you be willing to participate in an interview that I would have with your supervisor?
Ooh. Sure. As long as it's scheduled. So I can talk to them before you guys get to them.
Okay, Martin.
Were you instructed by your supervisor to approve comp time instead of just paying them out?
Listen, the union was aware that we were giving comp time. There were other union members at the meeting on August 29th when we talked about this. So I don't understand why it's a big surprise to everybody.
Girl.
Crystal.
So I just want to reiterate, comp time is allowed under our contract, but she's allowed to choose whether she wants cash or comp. Did you make it clear that comp was the only option for this overtime before she was voluntold to do it?
Very good.
I was under the impression that everybody knew, that all my staff knew that that was the situation. And so I don't feel that I need to go and have a conversation with every person about how they want it. If they're working overtime, they need to ask me or tell me
So,
how they want it.
so she did tell you, Lupe, so that's why we're here. So
We
she
did
does,
not discuss it. We did not
okay.
discuss it.
So because that discussion or documentation didn't happen, our contract does state she gets to choose. Are you aware that she is afforded that choice?
Again, I don't read these
Just want
contracts
to
that
make
have
sure,
nothing
Lupe.
to do with me. So
Well, it does, but that's okay. We'll have that conversation later.
get them, Crystal. Get them.
Erica.
Yes, I know you're saying in our contract and that the union was aware you were handing out, but since you know our contract so well, did you know that 4.6.44 an employee may request the method by the which the overtime shall be compensated, cash or compensated time off, since you do know our contract?
I don't know your contract or whatever contract you're talking about. I just know that we had a meeting on the 29th of August and you had a representative there who got all the same information that I have. So I don't know what you want me to tell you.
Okay, how long have you been manager of this of
I've
your
been in my
department?
position for 7 years.
Wow.
Good question, Erica.
Has anyone else ever just assumed and taken compensatory time? Because your employees are aware they have 12 months to take it. And if they do switch locations, then they are to be paid out.
You're part of the union. You tell me. If you're aware, aren't they aware?
Well, aren't you aware as their supervisor?
It's just my job to give them the overtime. It's their job to come to me for questions. I did not get any questions.
Okay. So you just
Sonia,
answered.
do you have another question?
Did you offer anyone else the overtime?
On that day, no.
Did she agree to the overtime?
Yes.
Did you sign the timesheet for the overtime?
Honestly, that part I do not recall.
Okay, any other questions? So I just want to say, let's think of, oh, go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say I was curious to see if anybody has actually interviewed an immediate supervisor, and did any of this feel familiar?
Erica.
I had an issue, but it was an issue within myself. Unfortunately, I did not at that point know my rights, know my contract. I will play the dumb part. And so I just hounded it on my own. But yeah, it did get intense. And they do come at you with stupid responses
Yeah,
because they think that you're stupid and they will down talk you.
Yep.
Yep. For sure.
So one thing I didn't hear, so Lupe said that there was a meeting, right? That she had with the cafeteria staff. But was there a sign-in sheet? You know, that's a question to ask. And if there was a sign-in sheet, was Natasha on it, right? So you have to kind of think outside of the box, right? There's no such thing as too many questions. So just try to think outside of the box. And that's why we have to interview people multiple times, right? Because something else might be said that we didn't catch the first time, or maybe they forgot to tell us. Or maybe it's something so minor that they thought, oh, it's not going to make a difference. But maybe that one little minor thing could make a big difference. So,
Andy, can I add something really quick too?
Yep.
And
Definitely.
honestly, I was emulating managers that I've dealt with. And a lot of the time, a union steward will come in and they'll also tell you, this is out of your field. You need to stay in your lane. Like, I don't have to talk to you. You can't interview me. And that's not true. So don't let them bully you into that, especially in meetings as well. Like if you're there with a member and they try to tell you, you cannot speak.
I've had districts come at me where they don't want me talking to their staff, right? I have to go to the principal, or I have to go to the superintendent, not the cafeteria manager, right? So there's a lot of times they will not talk to you. So you guys did a
Crystal, I
great.
saw your hand up.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I was just clapping for Fallon's performance.
Oh,
Thank
okay,
you. I'll
very
accept my
good.
Oscar
Okay.
later.
The one
All
thing
right.
that I would like to add, you guys, and normally when it comes to overtime, extra time, stuff like that, there's language in most of our contracts that says how it's going to be disseminated. And so a overtime list or a rotation list or seniority kind of plays a role in that. So I didn't hear anybody ask about that. So that's a good question too when you're interviewing for extra time and overtime.
Right. And also, how about the part where Lupe said that Natasha can take comp time, but later on in the year when things slow down? Is that how comp time works? That's my earned time, right? I should be able to take that comp time anytime I want, right?
I have a
So,
question. Let's say if it's like an after school, in this case it was the kitchen, but they would have said, hey, you know what, I need someone to do it for like the whole year. It's gonna be 2 hours. I mean, it's gonna be a total of 4 hours every week. But then during the year, they say, you know what, there's not enough funding. We're gonna have to cut you guys to, instead of 4 hours getting paid a week extra of overtime, it's gonna be only 2 hours. Like, what
so
exactly will we do that? Because like, again, if she says that it's based off that there's not enough money on the budget.
So Karen, that has to do with wages, hours, and working conditions, right? So it's negotiable. So that would have to be negotiated. You need to go to your labor rep right away on that, and something needs to be agreed upon and put in writing.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Yep.
Because there's also language in our contracts that like out of class pay, right? If I work if I work 5 days out of class within a 15-day period, I now get out of class pay, right? So I mean there's language for certain things. So we want to read your articles that pertain to that, what that could be, right? I know I mumbled just now, I'm sorry. But read your contract well. So, do you guys want to take a few minutes, maybe like 5 to 10 minutes, look through the Spurlock contract and start filling out your grievance form? And remember, you can only fill out what you know on that grievance form. Please do not make up your own story. Don't make up an address because we don't know the address. We don't know our phone number. So just fill out what you know from the facts that were given and read your contract, see what articles were violated, and then we'll come back and we'll answer the questions that are at the bottom or at the end of the activity, which is, was there a violation? If so, what articles were violated? Okay. So do you guys want to work in groups for this, or do you want to do it individually?
I personally think that they should work in groups only so that they can pick each other's brains and
Right.
maybe ask questions that they didn't think about, right? So you guys it's going to get outside of your comfort zone a little bit, but it's definitely to help you, network together.
Yeah. And the grievance forms should be in your packet. And if you didn't get the packet, Fallon has already put it in the chat box, so you may need to click on that link to find it. And it's all fillable.
I'll put the whole packet back in right now,
Yes.
and then I can create the breakout rooms.
Thank you. Good luck, you guys. You guys had awesome questions.
Yeah, this should be pretty simple for you guys. Pretty good. And then don't forget to pick a speaker. So like if we come out and we ask for a group 4 speaker, you guys can just be ready. Are we giving him a 10-minute time, Fallon?
Hey Tyler, what's going on, man?
I don't drink when she's here.
Not much. How are you, Ernest?
So we're just filling out the grievance form, right? Based on what um, Natasha's case study, right?
Yeah, that's what we did in the homework for the first one, right?
Yeah, I think so. I think they're just trying to get us to like practice and do it again.
Right.
Which is helpful, especially if you've never done one. I've never done one.
I haven't either. I'm just trying to find it.
We're only doing the statement part of the grievance, right? We're not doing like the contract sections or stuff like that, or do we fill that one out too?
That is a very good question. I was over here just trying to pull up the files.
No, you're good. It's fine.
I added a Google Docs link. This is what I came up with. And this is also from yesterday from my prep. I didn't just do this right now. I'm not a robot. I would love to do that. But I don't know if we're supposed to do anything other than like fill out the grievance in the initial section. That's kind of where I stopped.
Yeah, same here.
Well, this is just perfect.
I definitely think the hardest part is that, like, I'm so computer literate that trying to find things is killing me.
Right.
I have to take the day before or a couple days before to like just get ready. Like I can't like listen to them and then like navigate at the same time. And if you don't have multiple screens, I'd advise at least 2 or 3 screens.
Oh yeah, you totally need those. I have like I print out the papers. I have my phone here so I can go to that, and then my computer. Every tool I have, I'm trying to use.
Were there any questions that stuck out to people during like the questioning part? Oh, never mind. Sorry. That's what happens when I take my time to get technology ready. Then when I finally feel ready, time's up.
Right.
I figured it
Because
out.
I'm gonna fly through my sessions.
I figured out why I was off on the count because it was driving me insane. It's because we have 2 people in one Zoom.
Oh.
Oh, that's right.
Losing my marble. Sorry, OCD.
Fallon, do you want to call on the group numbers? Because I don't.
But
I didn't
maybe
remember.
Or however, there's 7 groups.
Okay.
now might be a good time too, just to do a quick reminder about the cameras and stuff, guys.
Okay. Okay,
And
is
if there's
everybody
2
back?
people in one room type of thing, so everybody gets
2 seconds.
credit.
Okay.
There you go. Welcome back. Just a quick housekeeping, just reminder to keep all of your cameras on because we want to see your wonderful smiling faces.
And if everyone can put their Zoom on mute until you're called upon. Thank you. Okay, how did everybody do? I'm hearing myself.
Am I the only one hearing that echo, or is it my computer?
It's echoing.
I hear it.
I was hearing it.
All right, what we're gonna do is we're gonna call on random groups to report out. So I hope you all have that one person that's gonna report out. I'm waiting for the echo to stop.
It should.
And I checked everyone and muted anyone that was not muted, so I don't know where it's coming from.
I don't hear an echo.
I do.
Was I echoed? Is my voice echoing still?
No.
No.
I don't hear an echo.
Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and call on groups, and just gonna pick a random number. So group number 2, who wants to report out for that group? Let us know if you feel that there was a violation, and if so, what articles do you think that were violated?
Who is 2? We don't have our group numbers.
Oh,
It's whatever breakout room you were in. So if you were in breakout room 2, then you're group 2.
I was looking at the activity. I didn't see what number.
all right, let's just go as a large group then. So who thinks that this was a violation? A contract violation? Raise your hands. All right. Does somebody want to share what articles were violated?
If I
Erica, go
may,
ahead.
the article that was violated in the contract, I referred to Article 4. Messed up. I referred to Article 4.6. I'm sorry, in regards to overtime. The member is 4.6.4.4. An employee may request the method of by which the overtime shall be compensated, cash or comp time off, and she is doing that, and she's being denied her rights per the contract. So that's
Very good.
Kind of goes.
Very good. Danielle?
Also 4.2, the beginning and ending times for all employees in the bargaining unit shall not be changed by more than 1.5 hours without first giving 2 weeks notice. She was asked on the day of, not 2 weeks prior.
Okay. Mary?
And then also 4.8 composition time off. She's able to get compensation when competition time off when she wants to. It says otherwise she could be paid off if she doesn't use it.
Okay. Danielle, did you want to add? Oh, okay.
What was that number
Crystal?
again?
I have, what is it, 4.6.44. That is Where is it?
It's under Article
What is it?
4.6.
Yeah, 4.644 to elect cash. The employer unilaterally substituted comp time
Very good.
to obtain the extra higher timesheet.
Right. 4.8 talks about comp usage. Good. All right. So did everyone, were you able to use the grievance form?
Crystal had her hand raised, Andy.
Oh, sorry, I didn't see that. Crystal?
Our group also added 4.6.4.2.
4.6.4.2.
You hear it too?
Yeah, sorry.
Andrea, it's your, I don't know why it's echoing, but
I don't know why it's echoing, but
it's me.
it is. Yeah, I muted you earlier and it stopped. I don't know what is going on.
I muted you earlier and it stopped. I don't know what is going on.
What the heck?
4.6.4.2.
That's not good, Andy, because I'm coming up.
It talks about part-time employees will be compensated at their regular rate up to 8 hours, and then after 8 hours, they'll be compensated with overtime. And so Lupe offering 6 hours of compensation is in violation of the contract, which is why I asked Natasha if she wanted to move forward, because that might be better for her, but she wanted to move forward still. And then also our group mentioned 4.5. I didn't write it down because 4.5 talked about equally distributing overtime amongst employees. And in the meeting, Marty said that Natasha was asked specifically to work it. So we don't know if there was good faith there that they tried to equally distribute that time.
Right. That's a good point because one, we don't even know if Natasha was at that meeting, right? It's cafeteria. Natasha could have been outside getting delivery, right? So that's why I said I would ask, was everybody present? Was this a meeting that people needed to sign in for? Because usually when we have meetings, there's a sign-in sheet, or somebody in that meeting would have saw if Natasha was there or not, correct? So that's a good point to bring up.
Andy, we had a question in the chat and I was wondering if she could ask because it was about the form. Karen Cauldron, can you ask your question in the group? Are you able to unmute? Maybe not.
Oh, me? Yes. My question was, if this goes, is violations, do we put these violations where in the second part where it says, contract section violated and why is this a grievance? Is that where we write these violations?
No, you should have a grievance form
Yeah.
that you're filling out and it'll
Yes.
say I don't have it right in front of me. But it should say like what articles were violated.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I don't have that form in front of me. Here we are.
Am I still echoing? Because I need to add something about that form. Am I echoing still?
No, you're not.
Okay. No, you're not. So you guys, it's very important when we write a grievance that we title the sections of the grievance and the articles. So you guys keep saying article 4.6.2. whatever. So that is a subsection, right? So when we're as labor reps and as union stewards, as we begin to write these grievances, we've got to perfect the format. And the format is the article that was violated was compensation or whatever, because I don't have the Spurlock contract in front of me either. So it would be like Article 6, section overtime or comp time, and then subsection numbers. Okay. Right. So article, whatever the title of that article is, section, there's a header, and then subsection would be your numbers. So when we put that in writing, it reads for an arbitrator or somebody to easily go to that contract and find it. Mm-hmm. So again, you start with the article, the title of the article, the sub area, which is comp time or whatever, and then the numbers is your subsection. Okay, there's 3 parts to that, you guys. Not all contracts are written the same, but we all have an article and we all have a section. Not all of them have subsections. So be very careful and clear when you write that, because now big CSEA is getting very particular on whether or not you guys learn that in UST trainings and whether or not to move you forward to the next course. So please write those correctly.
I'm so sorry, guys. I thought it was in the training materials for this this level, but the grievance form wasn't in there, so I just put it in the chat.
The grievance form wasn't in there, so I just put it in the chat.
And there's multiple articles, right, that were violated. So that's why it's important to put the article number, the header, which so it's probably Article 6, hours and overtime, right?
Article 6, hours and overtime, right?
And then you would have your sub articles,
And then you would
which
have
would
your sub
probably look like overtime, and then a number or
like overtime,
lowercase
and then
letters.
a number or lowercase letters.
Correct.
Else want to add anything or have any other questions
Anybody else
before
want to
we
add
move on?
anything or have any other questions before we move on?
Okay. Well, very good, you guys. Good questions.
Okay.
Good catch.
Well, very
Good
good, you guys.
interviewing.
Good questions. Good catch. Good interview.
We are going to move forward. If I can advance the slide. There we go. So everyone gets a grievance. You get a grievance. You get a grievance. You get a grievance. So I know we're getting close to lunchtime, but I think we're going to power through just a little bit. We may come to a slide that says break time, lunch. So when we get to that slide, we will see what you guys want to do. If you want to take a quick 15-minute break to get yourself something to eat and we can do a working lunch, or if you want to take a half hour, we can take a half hour. So it'll be up to you guys, okay? So moving on, Andrea with her, hopefully she will not be echoing. Is going to take over. So again, everybody mute and until you're asked to come off.
Everybody mute and until you're asked to come off.
Thank you.
Fallon, I saw your face. Am I echoing?
You are, and I just feel bad when I mute you, but it's echoing when we talk, not when you talk.
But it's echoing when we talk, not when you talk.
Okay, so stop talking because I'm getting ready to. No, I'm kidding. I don't know. I don't hear nothing. Everything sounds fine on my side. So sorry, you guys. And if it echoes too much, let me know. I'll try to disconnect and reconnect. I don't know how to do this. So hopefully it works. All right. So moving on, we were talking all about grievances. Now we're going to talk about what if it's not a grievance, right? So if it's not a grievance, it could be a violation of a past practice, or it could be not a violation of a past practice, a past practice, which means a past practice has to have 5 moving parts in order for it to be considered a past practice. And those 5 parts is that it has to be mutual knowledge on both parties. So CSCA and the district have to have known about this practice that has been going on. There's Keisha's in the waiting room, you guys. Sorry. Nope, go back, Andy. Anyways, the district has to know and CSCA have to mutually have knowledge about the existence of this practice in order for it to be considered a past practice. It has to be consistent. It can't happen 1 month and then not for 6 months and then happen again. So it's got to be consistent. It's got to be something that's an ongoing practice in order for it to be a past practice. The other part is we both have to have history, right? It cannot be something that the district says, BC College is really good at this. We've been doing this for a long time, right? It doesn't make it a past practice just because BC College has been doing it for a long time. We also, CSCA, have to have history of being able to say we've been doing this 2 parties for a long time in order for it to be a past practice. It has to be repetitive. So again, consistent, same thing, something that's ongoing. And then it cannot be contrary to what our contract says. So if our contract says the district cannot do it and the district continues to do it, that is not a past practice, right? Cannot be contradictory to what is written in our contract. So if there is a violation of a past practice, it's not a grievance, right? It's just a violation of our past practice. And then we have other avenues to address that with. It has to be unequivocal. It has to be clearly enumerated or enacted upon from both parties. A past practice we'll learn later, but I believe there's also a page that we can give you guys to help you remember what those 5 things are. So, because a lot of districts like to harp on, well, we've been doing it for a long time, so that makes it a past practice. Nope, it's got to be advantageous to both of us, not just one side. Okay.
Andrea, there's a question in the chat.
The issue may not be. Okay.
Sorry. It says, for mutual knowledge, how would it work if the district hired a new director without giving the knowledge of this, but many members are aware of it?
So if there is, and this happens often, that's a great question. There are always new administrators, new superintendents, new vice chancellors, whatever, that come on board, new HR people, and they do not have knowledge of what we or they have been doing, right? These practices that we've been doing. It's our job, if there's a violation, to say whether or not it's a past practice. And so it's very important for your union stewards and your specialty, your chapter presidents, your executive board, to know that contract inside and out and be able to give us the history of those practices so we can define, not just the district. So we as two entities can define whether or not it was a past practice. So it's always training. We're always training newcomers. So you guys, we say it throughout this training, 1, 2, and 3, you have got to be familiar with your contract and your language in order to do that. Okay. Hopefully that answered. And if I didn't, ask a question again. Let's see. If the violation is not a grievance, it could also be a violation of a different kind of a law, which means the next page, Andy, it could be a federal or state local law that's been violated. It could be education code that's been violated, ERA, the Education Employment Relations Act, board policy, personnel commissions for those who have merit systems, or any laws or rules or regulations discriminating, Cal OSHA, law workers, compensation, and all that good stuff. So if it's not a grievance in our contract, doesn't mean we can't fight it under one of these other rules that have been violated. Okay, so we said that earlier. A grievance can be or cannot, I'm sorry, a grievance may or may not violate our contract, but it could violate one of those others. Then we also have the right to assist in filing unfair labor practices or EOC charges or stuff like that. So there's always an avenue for us to uphold our CBA. So a gripe versus a complaint versus a grievance, you guys put in your chat, because I want to make sure we all know the difference. Put in the chat what a gripe may be, right? Not what a grievance or a complaint may be, so that Fallon can read off and so that I can know for sure that you understand the difference between a gripe, a complaint, and a grievance. So as we do this, I'm going to tell you again, a grievance is a violation, a misinterpretation, or a misapplication of our collective bargaining agreement, the 4 corners of what is within that collective bargaining agreement. A complaint is Andy didn't say good morning to me and it hurts my feelings. So I want to go complain that she's not being a very good coworker to me. What is a gripe? Read me some of the things, Valen, that are, that are in the chat. What is a gripe?
I'm waiting for some gripes.
Anybody? Are there any gripes in there?
Oh, I don't
you
like
guys
my
haven't put any gripes in there.
supervisor. I don't like how my supervisor picks and chooses who he goes to lunch with. Oh,
that's
I
a good
don't
gripe.
like their tone.
What else you got?
I don't like their tone.
Actually, that could be an actual complaint because when we get belittled by our administrators, that is a unprofessional act that should be complained on, right? So that's a complaint. What other gripes?
You got complaining persistently about something, and honestly, Karen, that could also be a complaint depending on what the issue is.
That could also be a complaint depending on what the issue is.
Mm-hmm.
Gripe, I don't like my coworker. Definitely a gripe.
So a good,
I don't like my coworker.
yeah,
Definitely a gripe.
yeah. So they didn't invite me to the birthday club, right? They don't ever bring me flowers for, my wedding anniversary, or I don't know. I don't have my own bathroom stall. Stupid stuff like that, you guys, those are gripes. Those are things that we as labor reps and union stewards need to be very firm on towards our members when they come to us with that. And you need to be able to say or have that difficult conversation with those employees and say, listen, you guys, a grievance is something in this contract. If it's not in here, and it's a personnel issue, I can direct you where to go. But these gripes, there's nothing I can do about. You got to be strong enough to have those conversations with the employees to say, you need to go handle that yourself with whoever you're having a problem with. Do not waste your time and get involved in issues as a union steward that you cannot help. I know some of us have really big hearts and really big shoulders that we want to carry everybody's burdens on. But as Andy said earlier, that's not our job. Our job is to uphold the collective bargaining agreement and make sure that our working rights, our working conditions, and our wages are not violated. That's what we do as union stewards, okay? Any questions? All right. So moving forward, if it's not a grievance, what do you do or who do you consult with? So if it's not a grievance, and again, if it's a violation of ed code, if it's a violation of the board policy or your administrative regulations, who do you consult with? Anybody? You can raise your hand, come off mute. I like being oh, don't come off mute because then I echo. Just put it in the chat. I like you guys to answer and get engaged and get involved so that we can make sure you understand what it is that we're trying to teach you. If it's not a grievance and it's one of those things that we just went over, who can you consult with? We have Know Your Rights booklets. You guys don't. So I mean that's kind of confusing to you guys. Actually, you guys do have modules, but we actually have what we call ERA booklets, who also direct us as labor reps on who to contact. So if it's an administrative violation or a board or anything like that, who is your number one person? Anybody in chat? Who should you be turning to?
There's a lot of answers. We've got HR, we've got directors, we've got administration, e-board, steward, school board, union rep, communication officer.
Okay, good. Good. I'm glad that you guys are at least getting motivated and answering. So the number one person you guys should be talking to when it's not a grievance, or if you're not sure it's a grievance, is your union steward, right? If your union steward doesn't know, then your union steward will turn around and discuss it with your labor rep. But you should not be going off as a union steward and saying, oh, they can't do that, or, oh, that's not a violation, or, oh, I'm not sure that it is a violation, right? We've got to find out and have solid answers before we answer our members. Because if our members don't have faith that we know what we're doing and we know what we're talking about, they're gonna like wildfire, spread that news, right? We want to make sure that we are 100% knowledgeable on whether or not it's a grievance or it's not. Now, when it's not a grievance and we can assist with board policy violation, we don't spend as union stewards a lot of time on that because again, it's not our contract. It's a district rule that a district follows or follows. And it's most of the time board policy benefits the districts. So we can assist, but we don't spend a lot of time like we do during a grievance. So your labor reps should absolutely be involved. And so should your chief union stewards. And if you don't have a chief union steward, your regular union stewards should be involved. Okay. Any questions? All right. So there are other places like, let's see, I've got a little cheat sheet here. It says, so you can ask yourself as a union steward, is the issue or a violation a local board or policy? I just said that one. Is it a violation of ed code? So ed code, that's a really good one. I can't believe I even forgot that. If it's a violation of ed code, we as stewards absolutely will help spend the time in filing those grievances because that is where contract or CBA language comes from. What if it's a violation of the Family Rights Act or the Labor Code Act or OSHA or EOC? Those are the ones that we do not get too much involved in. Those are the ones that we send to the EOC to do themselves. The Fair Labor Standards Act, those are the ones that we send to do the, work on themselves. You guys, we cannot get caught up I'm not going to say wasting, spending a lot of our time with those because it takes away from our members who really need us to assist with actual grievances. So keep that in mind, okay? And then again, Andy said we're here at lunch. We could take a quick break, the next slide, my goal is to be done at 3. That's what time this class is supposed to be over for you guys.
Yeah, I need to be done by 3.
Go ahead. Oh, there's a poll?
I have a poll if you guys want me to throw the poll up.
Hang on just a sec.
Poll if you guys want me to throw the poll up.
Yeah, so you guys could, so we want to be able to get through this training and homework ended by 3 o'clock because that was the goal. If you want to get your 15-minute break real quick to go grab something to eat and bring it back to the desk and we could work through lunch, or we could take the full 30 minutes and you could go away from your desk and have lunch.
It's a close one.
Yeah.
It looks like 15 minutes is winning.
It looks like 15 minutes is winning.
So there's a few in there that want to do a little bit more than 15 minutes. What is that looking like to you guys? So normally we get 15 minutes or 30 minutes. So what do you guys want?
The first level, we just had 2 10-minute breaks. We powered through.
And
we still were done after 3 o'clock. We weren't done until close to 4. And today I have to be done by 3.
Yeah, so UST 1 is the longest. UST 1 is the longest. UST 2 homework is not that long. And UST 3 is less than, 2. So
okay, cool. Thank
the
you.
homework gets easier. The UST 1 is a little bit longer.
Okay, thank you.
It looked like 15 was the majority.
Okay.
It looks like 15 was the majority.
And yes,
Okay.
for the question in the chat, you
All right,
can
so,
eat on the
Yes, for the question in the chat, you can eat on the video.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. So why don't we do this? Why don't we just 15 minutes, grab your lunch, bring it back. You could eat while we go through this. You could even answer questions as you eat. I don't care, you guys. This is very informal and it's for you guys to learn. And we do not want to not have you have a lunch. So 15 minutes, you guys come back with your food and we'll just push through. Okay, so what time is it now? 37, 15, what is that, 52? 15, yeah, 52. 11:52. Is that right? I'm no mathematician.
Sounds good.
Yes, that's right.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Yes, that's right.
Okay. All right, we should be getting back to our seats so that we can continue on. We'll give everybody a few minutes, well, maybe a minute to get back on. Hopefully that gave you enough time to grab something to fill your belly. It looks like the majority of us are back. We're probably missing 5 people. So to stay on track, I'm just going to slowly ease into this and get started again. All right, so grievances. When management calls you to a meeting and says, oh, don't worry, you don't need a steward, we're just going to talk. That's a red flag, you guys. Nobody should be going into a meeting without representation if they feel it may lead to discipline. And we as stewards, it's our job to let them know to never do that, right? So hopefully we're having communications with our people throughout the school year and just kind of letting them know if you feel uncomfortable, you think it can go to discipline, do not go and meet ever with management without somebody to support you. So we've talked about all about grievances, timelines, what if it's not a grievance? And so now we're going to get into actually how to write a grievance. So when we begin to investigate grievances, it's really important to ask each of the following questions before you do your analysis. So what was this grievance filed in a timely manner? Right? Because if we don't file it in a timely manner, we lose all footing to move forward with the grievance. So earlier when we were talking about timelines, work days versus calendar days, very important to know what your contract says about what a day is. Do I have all the facts, right? Do you have all the facts? Because if you do not have the facts, we are going to look like fools, as Andy put it, when we try to go in there and fight for our members, and we do not have all the facts. So the who, the what, the where, the why, everything on your preparation sheet, that should get you to all the facts. Did we interview the correct people? The good witnesses, the bad witnesses, the management. We need to make sure we have all the facts. Can I cite the contractual violation? If you're not able to go into the contract and point out where the violation is, under what article and what section, it's probably not a violation. So you must be able to go through and cite the actual violation of our CBA. Can you identify how the contract was violated? Absolutely. The previous, can I cite it? If you can cite it, you can identify it, and we absolutely have a leg to stand on, right? We want to make sure that it's written in black and white in our CBA to confirm it's a actual grievance. Do I have the appropriate remedy? So, and I know in UST 1, they tell you the remedy should come from who? The grievant, right? It should never come from the labor rep or the union steward. If the employee has a grievance, that employee has to also come up with their remedy, what it is that they want. we can let them know if it's reasonable or not. Is it a good, good selection as a remedy? Maybe we'll have to talk them off the edge and say they're asking for way too much for what the violation was. It's our job as a steward to guide them to figure out a reasonable remedy for the grievance violation. Okay,
Andrea, I have
so
a great question in the chat.
those
Sorry.
questions. Okay, go ahead.
What if you find out the member lied to you?
What if you find out the member lied to you?
Oh, honey, we get lied to all the time. So earlier I said something about being able to have a difficult conversation. Me as a union representative when I was chapter president, I think I've just always been this way, to be honest with you. I'm very straightforward. So you have to be able to be comfortable in your own skin as a leader to have those conversations. And this is how I always start my grievances as a labor rep today as well. Show me the violation in the contract. I'll let them know, yes, you got a good one, or hey, this is not too strong, whatever, we'll do what we can. But the third thing I always tell them is you need to tell me the truth, because if I'm going to stick my neck out on the line for you to go fight for this grievance and find out you're lying to me later, that's not going to make us look good. And then it's going to lose. I am going to lose interest in helping you get to where it is you need to be. So you guys have to be able to have those conversations. There's nothing wrong as long as you say it professionally. Do not lie to me, right? Don't let me go out there and look like a fool on your behalf. If that's the way you want to play the game, then I suggest you go file this on your own behalf. So there's nothing wrong with telling him, don't lie to me. I'll do my best for you. But you've got to be honest with me and tell them, I'm not here to judge you. I don't care if you were wrong, or I don't care if you did, something to cause this. I don't know. I'm not here to judge you. I'm here to help you. So don't lie to me.
And also,
otherwise, we do find out that we're lied to in the middle. Go ahead.
Sorry. Also, if I could just add, it's not our job to play judge and jury, right? You might have those members that are guilty as all get out. We still have to represent them to the best of our ability.
Good point, Andy. Because sometimes you guys, we get jaded with our own members because they're the same people that don't want to change their ways. If you find yourself in that situation, hopefully there's more than one union steward in your district, in your chapter, I mean. So then you can go to your chief union steward and say, hey, this is not a good case for me. Maybe you should give it to Andy. So there's nothing wrong with doing that either. Okay. All right, so in writing agreements, you have to check your contract to make sure it doesn't require a grievance form. Some CBAs do say use the district form to file a grievance. If that's the way the district wants it and they actually have a form, please use that form. Otherwise, how we teach you how to write a grievance will suffice, okay? So simplicity when it comes to writing a grievance is super important because we want it to be easy reading for whoever picks it up, whether it's a galley officer, a hearing officer, an arbitrator, whoever. We want them to be able to pick up the document and be able to read exactly who it is, what's happened, and what our remedy is, right? So a good grievance answers those three simple questions. What happened or failed to happen? For example, George Medina was unjustly passed over for overtime work on or about May 2016. So that's what happened or what failed to happen, okay? The next one, why is a grievance or why is the situation a grievance? Example, because violation Article 10, Section 2.5, whatever, and all the relevant information and provisions is in that section, okay? So you could find it. You could do 1 and 2. You absolutely have to be able to do three. How should the situation be corrected? What is the remedy? For example, George Medina should be paid 4 hours for the overtime at the pay rate, time and a half to be made whole. That's our remedy. These are very basic questions. And every time, if you follow 1, 2, and 3, you will come out with a very good written grievance. Okay. I don't have any personal chapters that have an actual writing form from the district. So if you follow those 3 questions, that should put it in order for you. And the district shouldn't have any problems about it. All right, so now we're going to have activity 2. So hopefully you guys don't have food in front of you because you're going to have to write a little bit. So this is what's going to happen. In regards to Natasha Richardson's case, using all the information that you have to develop a theory and write a grievance for Natasha's case study. You're going to use the grievance writing form that you have, and you are good. The grievance writing form on the back of the handout, and then you're going to prepare your theory and a written grievance with the group. So we're going to go back into breakout rooms. I don't know if we're going to have the same group or is it going to be a random different group, Fallon. But I want you to remember the questions that you need to ask. What happened? Was there a violation, or why is it a violation? And what is the remedy? Okay, so that first question is what happened or what failed to happen, right? What did or did not happen? So you passed somebody for overtime or whatever. In Natasha's situation, what happened? She was asked to work extra time. What was the violation? You guys went over that already, so that's a simple part for you. And then what is the remedy? What do we want for Natasha to be made whole? That's going to be in there. So you're going to get 15 minutes. You're going to develop your theory. You're going to use the grievance writing form. And then you are going to share out your grievance with your group. So again, you're going to have one person from your group report out when we come back. Okay? What happened or failed to happen? Was there a violation? What was it? And then what is the remedy? Those are the 3 simple steps to writing a grievance.
Andrea,
And
do they
Fallon's
have
getting
10
your
minutes
guys'
again?
rooms ready.
Do they have 10 minutes again?
15.
Okay, let me change the time and then I'm going to go ahead and put you guys in the
Because
same
this is
room
going
so
to
you
take a little longer.
Okay.
Make sure you make sure you recognize what room number you're in.
Make sure you recognize what room number you're in.
Yeah, please. And Andy and myself will be popping in just in case you guys have questions, because 15 minutes is a little bit long. If you have questions, we'll be happy to answer them. But you have all
That echo is ridiculous.
Oh my gosh, I cannot handle it.
It's so bad. Hi, Heather.
Hello.
How are you?
Well, it's 12:05 on a Saturday,
Right.
and I've been here since 9. Okay, so what are we writing?
I kind of feel like Ernest wrote it all already.
Oh yeah, I totally took a picture of that.
Good.
Yeah. Sadly, I don't know how to share it, but
Is that what we were asked to do?
I think so. I think literally
Yes.
everything you wrote out.
Yes, it is. We have to do the what happened or failed to happen. So like Natasha Richardson was not something given all her was unfairly, I don't know, something along those lines, and then list off all those things.
Sorry if you can hear my household.
Yeah, I think that's the only thing that's missing from what Ernest did was the remedy. Which is pretty simple. Just give her her pay.
of 4 hours of 1.5 pay.
Well, I don't think she would get 4 hours of 1.5 because she only works what 3 hours, right?
I thought in the contract it said something about. Okay, so really, whoever the last person who was talking just said, how should the situation be corrected? And that's what they said. And as they were saying it, I wrote it down.
Okay.
But
Because she only works 3 hours. So she should get 1 hour of 1.5, right?
um I can't even lie. I drank way too much last night to make this make sense. Um, 7. Hopefully, we're not the first person called on.
Yeah, she'll get paid the 1.1 time.
Okay.
Because it exceeded 8 hours and she only works 3, and she was asked to work the 6 extra hours. So then not
Yeah.
being 9 hours. So then, yeah, she'll get paid the 1.5
For how many hours?
for only one.
Okay.
Did she take a lunch? That doesn't matter.
It doesn't, yeah, they didn't
That doesn't
include
matter.
that. Yeah.
That was in our question things though. Which isn't a safe place. I feel like she did take a lunch though.
I feel like if she didn't take lunch, she did or she didn't?
She had breaks.
She had breaks. Okay.
You know what though? Ernest put down potential mill period violation, huh? But she said that she had all her breaks.
But it's the lunch period after, like if they make you work, if you're like a part-time employee and you don't normally get a lunch or need a lunch or whatever the situation is, after so many hours, you need like both of your breaks and your lunch. So
Yeah.
was that then violated? Because they said she got breaks, but they didn't indicate what break. So that's I potentially put that there. I could be wrong.
Okay. We'll go down together. So why is this situation a grievance due to the many violations?
Yeah.
Who's going to be our talk person?
Do you want to do it, Heather?
I do not want to do it. I just want to keep my mouth shut. We still have what, 5 minutes almost?
I don't even know.
It's up at the top. Ernest, do you want to be this spokesperson?
Not really, but I will if I have to. I'm also looking at our notes though, and you're right, Heather. They did. It was in the interview that they said that they got their breaks. And callback time violation was debunked also. Natasha clarified that she worked her normal morning shift and stayed straight through until 4:30. Okay, so she never left the premises. So I'm used to that because a lot of my peers will sometimes be called back after work for a variety of reasons. I work in matriculation at a community college. So sometimes there's just outreach or there's events that they want us to help at. And then if there's not enough hands on deck, it's like, well, call so and so. And then, I mean, they don't have to come in, but like if you've been gone from campus for even 5 minutes, that's technically a callback. You automatically owe me 2 hours, even if you don't, even if I don't work 2 hours. You only needed me for an hour while I'm turning in that comp time ledger for 2 hours. You know, and so that's why that one was on there. Sorry, I was just looking at the list that I created. The ones listed in that Google Doc, just to keep it simple if we want to just do 2 and then just learn what everyone else wanted. I assume we're not going to have like a long share out for like each group, right? So then just make it easy and do 4644, 4641. And then I added in what happened was on there. The statement of the grievance. I just didn't have the remedy, like was mentioned. So I just put based off what they were saying, make whole. Oh, I don't know if you all don't have this again. Let me share it.
You're talking about the remedy requested
Yeah.
portion?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see it.
So just assuming that like this is what she wanted, right, Natasha, because they have to want the remedy, not us. So
Yeah.
make whole, so cash compensation, accurate overtime calculation to make sure that she is not only made whole, but made whole accurately based off the situation, and then a cease and desist to the district to remind them to basically not unilaterally tell and mandate compensation time before asking an employee what they want, because that happens a lot in my district. Like they're like, oh,
Yeah.
so you want overtime, and I'm like, you don't have to. You can if you want to, but remember, I always tell people, my mother worked in the finance industry for 10 years before moving to local government. Depending on your range and your salary, you can only work so many hours before Uncle Sam's gonna take that money, right? And do we really want to dip into our net? No, right? And so that's what I tell people. Like, if you do want overtime, that's an absolute that's your option, and that's something you work out with your manager. But just remember, how much you get paid hourly, that's going to dictate how much taxes are also going to come out of your check that month. So don't make it not worth it by like being a good, a good worker. You loved the event that was happening. You worked an extra, 6 hours on the weekend, but then you get your check later that month, and they're like, "Where did my money go? Where did my overtime go?" And it's like, "Well, you worked too much, and that pushed you into a new tax bracket for that pay period. There went your money." Comp time for me is always like, I would rather get more time. I would rather get more time. So, and supplement vacation, and or just have like a rainy day fund in case, not like, my pipe went out in my toilet and I don't really want to use my sick time. I have a, vacation coming up, so maybe that comp time can be for that, situation.
Yeah.
Using your leave banks is completely up to you. But that's why I would also recommend that you weigh your options. Every option's different. Maybe you're only going to do 2 hours of overtime. That's perfect. If I can use an extra, a couple $100 in my check that month, that's great. But just keep that in mind also, which is why I would like to send the cease and desist, because then all managers would get that note, and then that should also be something that the union sends to the membership at large to just give a reminder. This month in the monthly newsletter, at the end, these are reminders that we want to remind you about in your contract.
Perfect.
That's probably not her remedy, but that would be my remedy from the union side.
Right.
And that's why we want you to represent us.
Got my vote.
Okay, I think we're having some technical difficulties, so I'm going to take over. We lost Andrea. So until she comes back, I'll take over. So can everyone see my screen? Thumbs up. Okay, let me get to where we need to be. Sorry.
I don't think we're viewing your screen, Andy.
Pardon me?
Do you have programs and training up?
Oh, yeah. Can't see
Okay,
my
you
other
guys, I had to
screen.
log off. I don't know what
Oh.
happened. I'm sorry. Can you hear me?
Yes, and you're not echoing.
Okay, let me see if I can get the thing back up. Hang on just a second. Sorry, you guys.
Do you want me to get off? I'm sharing my screen. You want me to stop?
Yeah, I think I just gonna stop you.
Okay, I did. I stopped.
Is that mine? Oh, but I don't need this. Nope, 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 nope. Hold on. Don't need that either. Hold on, you guys. No. That's not it. Mm-mm.
Andrea, I don't know if you're talking to yourself, but you're muted. So just so you know. Okay. So while we're waiting on Andrea, how did everyone do? Did everyone do okay? You felt comfortable in starting your grievances, filling out the form and looking on track at different articles that may have been violated and coming up with a remedy?
Yes, just leave. Sometimes you may need more time to review the contract. Yeah.
Right. Totally agree. We don't give you a whole lot of time to do that, and you will in real time have plenty of time to review, right? And again, that could be one thing why we need an extension, right? District, we want you to know you're in violation, but we do want to extend the timeline to give us more time to get our facts in order. So yes, definitely. And then I'll share one of our groups, asked, should we be looking at all articles that the district, of course, some articles that they have violated that pertains to this violation or this issue, you want to put in your grievance. Because the more you have that relates to that grievance, the stronger your case is. And maybe they violated ed code. There's a part of ed code that may not be in your contract. You want to add ed, and you also violated ed code, right? Or labor law that does pertain to the public, schools. So the more information you have, the more facts, the stronger your grievance will be. Anybody else want to share how they did? We're going to report out in just a minute, but I just want to kind of answer any questions you guys might have while Andrea is trying to figure out the PowerPoint.
I'm going to bring in a question because I popped into a room and someone from one of my chapters was there, and the question has come up if I could have a training or just sit down with them and help them understand the contract. And that's something you can always talk to your labor rep about if you have questions about the contract. Because if there's a lot of questions, I was explaining that some contracts are very wordy and very big that, you know, some articles especially you may have a hard time interpreting, because even us as labor reps, sometimes we do too.
Right. And that's why I say I love what my one chapter president does, Morgan in Kern Valley. She's taking 1 or 2 articles per chapter meeting and going through it. And that helps us decide, hey, if we've got multiple people in our chapter that are interpreting it differently, then maybe that's some language we need to look at. Maybe we need to enhance that language to make it more of what the true intent was, right? Of that language. We don't want the district to be able to interpret language to benefit them. It was put there to help us, right? Benefit us. So, and of course, anytime you need help looking through contract language, your labor reps are always available to sit down with you. Even as a group, like I said, the chapter presidents that do it in their chapter meetings, it's awesome. So, Andrea, if you're ready, I'll let you take over.
Good question. Would that extend into contracts that are too vague? Like it's just open for interpretation from, I don't know, a 2-year-old child in the street can put something in there and be like, oh, it falls under it.
Yeah, no, I mean, when you're going through your contract language, like a negotiating team looking through their contract language to determine which articles they want to take to the table, right? If you have language that is very gray, of course you want to address that language because we don't want it to be gray, and I say this and I don't mean it against my members. It's just sometimes we have to dummy it up, right? Meaning not that my members are dummies, but we need to make it plain and simple language that people can understand, because not everybody does understand some of that formal language that is in there. A good example is the district will or the district may versus the district shall, right? What's the difference there? Shall means they have to, right? May, they don't have to if they don't want to, right? So, yes, most definitely. Good question or good point.
I was just in the chat, Ernest, I know you mentioned know your rights and contracts workshops, 100%, definitely. And we have like broad contract workshops, but when it's your contract specifically, it's probably best to sit with your labor rep because they're the one negotiating it and they're the one that's constantly going over it. So for your specific contract, definitely try to go over it with your labor rep.
Yeah.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
I'm so sorry. My internet just died, so I had to panic and re-get back on.
You have no echo, so that's awesome.
Oh, jeez. That's good. Thank you. All right. Good thing I have an IT guy here. Whew. All right. So did you guys already have discussions or no? Did I miss that? Okay. All right. So let's go through and call on someone from group 3 to report out on your guys' 15-minute breakout. Anybody from group 3? Who's your speaker? Fallon, do we know who was in group 3?
I was just going to say, they think they're safe, but I can look at the breakout rooms. We have, oh my gosh, is it Carrie, C-A-R-Y, Keisha, Kira, and Samantha?
All right, who's going to report out?
Come on, Keisha, I know you're not shy.
We need to know what happened or what failed to happen. What was the
I
violation?
know, but I told them.
Go ahead.
I think she froze.
Last Hey, what do you mean I froze?
You froze. We didn't hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, so I was just gonna say they kind of volunteered me and then I kind of declined because they didn't want to be wrong, but I told them that's the only way we can learn from this. And if I keep giving all the answers all the time, it's not fair to them.
Good point.
So Keisha, call out one of your other members.
Why are you frozen? Why are you frozen? Oh boy. Okay, I can't.
right.
Nobody's moving on my screen. What's happening?
Oh, I think Kira unmuted. You're gonna
Yes,
speak
I did.
here.
I unmuted.
Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
No? Yes? Hello?
Yes, we hear you.
We hear
Okay.
you. But Kira unmuted. She's gonna go ahead and speak for your
I
group.
all right. Yay.
All right, so we came up with a couple things. One, for the remedy, that she's asking to be paid for the extra 6 hours.
All right, let's start at the top though. Let's start at the
Oh,
top.
okay.
So question number one, what happened or failed to happen?
Okay, so Natasha was asked to work 6 hours overtime. Lupe stated it wasn't in the budget to pay and could use comp time when work slows down. Why is it a violation? It was a violation because she wasn't given a choice. That's also for the articles for the contract was Article 4, hours and overtime, subsection 4.6.4.4. There was also Article 4.6, 4.4. Employee may request to be compensated or
May request a method by which overtime is compensated.
Yeah, may request a method which overtime shall be compensated cash or compensating time off. And then, sorry.
You're fine.
And then the remedy was for Natasha to be paid the 6 hours that she is requesting. We also did, because the contract also says in section 4 of overtime, shoot, I lost my note, sorry. There was an other, no, oh. So for the other, say it wasn't such a good grievance as far as information given with the contract. For Article 4, hours of overtime, subsection 4.2, the length of the workday shall be designated by the district for each classified assignment. The beginning and ending times for all employees in the bargaining unit shall not be changed by more than the half hour or without first giving 2 weeks notice to the affected employee. I think that's the only one I was looking for.
Okay, so that was good. It was a little more than we needed. And this is what I'm going to say to that. It's always better to put in more than you actually need because we can't go in and take out at a later time. So if you were trying to do this by yourself and you brought this to a labor rep, the labor rep would walk you through the process and say that last section that you brought up was not relevant to this grievance, but it was a good catch, right? It was good learning curve for you.
Right.
But it does not apply to this grievance. So we're going to withdraw that part before we actually submit the grievance. So
gotcha.
That was perfect. Always put in more, whether you think you're right or think you just may be in the right ballpark, because once you get it to your labor rep can say, oh, that really doesn't apply. Let's withdraw it, but good catch. So that was a good remedy.
And do you understand why it doesn't apply?
Because yeah, once I started reading it again out loud, yeah, I understood why it didn't apply. It was only one day.
Right, because if you're putting that in there, you're insinuating that they're not allowed overtime, right? Without changing their hours. So yes, perfect. And there's something else, but I'm going to wait till everybody's through reporting now.
Good. And I know I know wherever Crystal is, she'll catch what you're waiting for. So okay, we need one more. We'll use two more. So two more groups. Report out, please. Somebody from group 7.
That was the one article.
Group 7 is Courtney, Danielle, Maria, and Wendy.
I'm not very computer savvy. I lost all my form when I saved it, so I cannot retrieve it with all my notes. I'm sorry.
Okay, I got it.
All right, Wendy.
Okay, so the name of our grievant is Natasha Richardson. Our level is a step 1. The statement of grievance, what happened? She was asked to work 6 hours more on the day of with no notice. She was not given the option to refuse, and she was only offered comp time for payment, and she preferred monetary compensation, but she was denied the option to choose. So the sections violated were Article 4, Section 4.2. Her hours changed more than a half an hour without 2 weeks' notice. Article 4, Section 4.6.2. She should have had the right to refuse, but she wasn't given that option. In Article 4, Section 4.6.4.4, the employee can request money or comp time, and she wasn't given that option. The remedy obviously is that Natasha wants her monetary compensation for her additional hours worked. One of those hours is actually OT, so it's more valuable than if she got 6 hours of comp time at her regular rate. It's more valuable for her to get paid.
Did you want to add something, Danielle?
Nope, I didn't realize she was speaking up, and I thought I had to do it, so I'm glad she did. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So that is a good catch. Group 7. So she worked a 9-hour day, right? There's 8 hours in a day. So she was going to be compensated the 5 hours of regular and then the 1 hour of overtime. So yes, that was a good catch. Good remedy. Good job. Does anybody want to volunteer the last group, or do you want us to call on somebody? Does anybody have something different?
I just have a quick question about the comp time. I believe you can put overtime for the comp time. So
You mean you earn it at time and a half?
Correct.
Yes, you are correct. That is correct. All right, so nobody volunteered. Let's go group 1. Somebody report out.
Group 1 is Brittany, Dante, Josefina, and Martin.
You guys you're in an okay space. There's no wrong answers. We'll correct you. We'll guide you through it.
I guess I'll do it.
Okay.
All right. So, name of grievance, Natasha Richardson. Level of grievance procedure, level 1. In our statement, Natasha was asked to work an additional 6 hours by order of the manager without prior notice. She completed her time and afterwards was told that she would get compensated with time and not with money, to which Natasha requested to get paid her hours. The sections in violation of the contract were Article 4, hours and overtime, sections 4.2, work week, section 4.6, overtime, subsections 4.6.4, compensation for overtime, 4.6.4.1, 4.6.4.2, as well as 0.3 and 0.4, and 4.8 for compensating time off because she was told that she can take her time off later in the year, not whenever she wanted. And then for the remedy, Natasha should get paid in cash for the additional time that was worked because that's what she wants to get done.
Good. So that was written really well with the titles, the sections and the subsections. So that was really good. Again, you might have put something in there that was a little more than we expected, but it's okay because at that point, when you're just writing it, your labor rep will help you catch what's not relevant to this section. Andy, did they catch on what you were talking about or waiting for?
Kind of. How many hours did Natasha work on a daily basis? Courtney? 3. So when does overtime kick in?
After 8.
Right. So does she get compensated for 6 hours of overtime?
No.
No. So there were a couple of groups that did go down that road to look at how much overtime was actually worked, right? How it computed. So make sure when we're talking about overtime, make sure you're looking at how many hours that person works daily. And you're going to have to figure out where overtime actually falls into place, because overtime is anything over 8 hours a day or 40 hours a week, right? And so for part-timers, that's going to look a little bit different.
Yep. Great.
But good job, you guys. And like Andrea said, the more we have in there, we can always withdraw, right? But the more facts we have, the stronger your case is.
Absolutely. You guys did a great job. Pretty good. All right. So going on to the next one. So you could either raise your hand where we could see it. I'll need Fallon's eyes to help and Andy's, or you could just put in the chat to answer as well. Okay. So, why is reaching, this is part of the presentation now of the agreement. So why is reaching a good outcome at the lowest level best for us? Anybody? Chat, come out, speak out. Why is it best to resolve at the lowest level?
The lowest level allows our member to get made whole quickly, but also we have less eyes on our grievance. The higher it goes, the more scrutiny it gets.
That's true. That's a great point. Yep. Anybody else?
I have in the chat cost in relationships, and also takes less time and involves fewer people.
Okay, that's good. I'm looking for one specific answer. And
Retaliation.
The violation, okay.
Retaliation.
Retaliation. Possibly, yes.
Are we
Anybody
setting a
else?
precedence for future grievances of the same nature?
That's a really good answer. What I'm looking for is that because it gives us an opportunity to actually remind the supervisors or the management who do not read our contract what it says in our contract, right? We're teaching them as we go along and processing our grievance. They just need a quick reminder. Our contract says right here in black and white, this is a violation. So sometimes if you got a good manager, they're going to back off and say, you know what, I didn't even read it. I didn't see it. That's not how I interpreted it. Whatever their reason is, it's a good chance for us to just give them a quick reminder. You need to read your contract or our contract as much as our people do. Okay. So
And if I could add real quick to what you said, Andrea, and that's a nice way of teaching them, right? We're not being shoving it in their face, haha, you didn't know, you don't even know our contract. Because like I said earlier, we have a lot of new principals, new admins that don't know our contract, and we need to teach them, we need to educate them, and this is a nice way of doing it, instead of being all up in their face and not in a not so nice way.
I want to add something too, because we've got something in the chat that says, I appreciate the reminder, but again, that's already their job. We're not being paid to coach them into their management role. And while I agree with not coaching them into their management role, as much as we're fully on the member side, but we have to remember that sometimes it's not negative intent, but there is just not knowledge, like Andy was saying. Sometimes it's a new person in the role. Maybe they haven't had to deal with contracts before or things like that. So there is a little bit of grace because some managers when you let them know, just like they said, we'll be like, oh, I was not aware it was a violation, then they pay more attention to the contract. But if we go in, you know, you get more flies with honey. If you go in going for the jugular, sometimes it doesn't turn out very well most of the time.
Well, and
Agreed.
you guys were talking about relationships, right? I believe in building good working relationships because I feel like if I have a good working relationship, I can solve things at the lowest level a lot of the times. But
sure.
if I have to go, you want to take me down that road of doing paperwork and filing stuff, I will, right? But I believe in building relationships as well. And you know, it's not our job, obviously, but we do have to teach those new people that have never looked at a classified contract.
For sure. Absolutely. So great responses, you guys. So what is the difference between opinions versus facts? When we come to opinions versus facts, opinions are like, yeah, maybe that's true, maybe that's not true, or yeah, I could see it that way. Well, my opinion about it is this: opinions don't have any room in a grievance. Our grievances are based on facts. What are facts? The facts are what is written in black and white in our contract. That's what we go off of. Okay. How would you handle rumors? Everybody knows what a rumor is. Everybody's dealt with or maybe even participated in a rumor, right? So we want to investigate thoroughly. We want to talk to original resources, and we definitely want to get backup material for what it is that we're inserting in our grievance. So rumors, again, like opinions, have no room, no space, no place in a grievance. Okay. And it's okay to tell your people, do you know that to be a rumor or do you know that to be fact? And I always like to say, if it's a rumor, leave it there because that's what it is, just a rumor. Until we can prove it and then it becomes a fact, then will we use it, okay? So again, don't be afraid to have those hard conversations with the members. And then can someone give me an example of why facts must be relevant? Anybody? We just went over this in the reporting out. Why do the facts have to be relevant?
They have to be supporting it.
Yes. I don't know which one of you said it because both of you or somebody said it. Because it has to relate directly to our problem at hand, our grievance, the violation. It has to directly relate to that, right? So even though the groups before, a couple of them read out an article, section, or subsection that is truly correct in our contract, it had no relevance to what our grievance was, right? So you cannot not give overtime, but it wasn't relevant to our Natasha case. So the relevancy of the facts that we're using in our grievances have to apply to the problem at hand. Okay, not to say that it doesn't exist because we have a lot of language in our contracts that could probably fall under a grievance, but if it doesn't apply to that specific issue, then there's no room for it in our grievance as well. Any questions? Okay, so moving on. So again, you could chat or raise your hand, you guys. Please get involved and let us know that you're retaining the information we're giving you. So what does equal footing mean? And why is it important when it comes to presenting our grievances? Anybody? For you as a steward, why is equal footing important?
Does it mean that we come into the room with the same level as management?
Oh my God, that's exactly what it means, Mallory. So I know that they should have, I hope they should have, trained you in UST 1 when you come into a grievance, a representational matter, a discipline, whatever, you are at that same level as the management, the HR, whatever. And if they try to make you feel any less, you do not allow that. As a union steward, you have every right to speak just as they do, right? I've had some managers or HR people put their hand up in the air and say, wait a minute, I'm not here to talk to you, I'm here to talk to them. Oh no, sister, put your hand down because you're dealing with me now, right? You as a union steward have the power to be their equal. And if you have to remind them kindly, like Andy says, we could do it kindly. You can say that as the exclusive representative, right? You throw that title around. You have exactly the same rights as they do when you're in that room. So if the stewards, they sit at the same level as management in a grievance meeting, that means they have the same equal footing to present it as such. Don't let them tell you any different. It's important because the stewards enforcing the contract is the expert, not the district. They don't read it. They don't know what's in there. The employer, superintendents, maybe superintendents, I'll give them a little bit, but most of the people, the management and supervisors, they have no clue what's in those. So we're the expert. We have the equal footing, okay? So also in presenting a grievance, who will you bring? Who's coming to that grievance with you? Is it going to be the labor rep? Is it going to be the chapter president? Is it going to be your union steward? Are you bringing the whole party? Are we all coming? It's up to wherever your comfort zone is. If you're a new steward and you're not 100% comfortable or confident, then absolutely bring that chief union steward with you. If you're not, if you're in that same boat, absolutely ask your labor rep to come and sit with you. There's nothing wrong with that. That is how you learn, by trial and error, but we don't want it to be at the cost of losing a grievance. So if you're not comfortable in your own skin presenting, absolutely bring somebody, the chief steward, a different union steward, a more experienced union steward, your labor rep, bring them with you. Do not work alone, okay? Especially if you don't have the confidence yet. Where will you meet? This is a big thing. So some people like to meet, or the districts actually like to meet in the HR department. They feel like they've got the upper hand. You're in their stomping ground or whatever. So where else? Anybody? Raise your hand, speak out, whatever. Where else can we meet to present our grievances?
School conference room.
Conference room.
Empty classroom.
We could do it in an empty classroom.
Anywhere you're comfortable.
Anywhere you're comfortable, which means off campus, right? If we had to, we could even do it off campus. We don't have to give the district the upper hand and say, oh, you feel like you've got the power. As a union steward, you absolutely have the right to say, hey, let's have this, I don't know, at a different school site, right? It doesn't have to be at the district office. So you absolutely have the right to do that. We could do it via Zoom. But what happens when we do it via Zoom? Anybody?
I think it becomes
They get recorded.
impersonal.
Maria, what'd you say?
It's impersonal when you're doing it via Zoom.
Karen, what did you say?
Do they get recorded?
Well, we can absolutely have them not recorded. So, but
Okay.
they could be, yes.
Okay.
So, you're right though. It becomes, do you have something, Heather?
It becomes a distraction. Like if you're at home, there's all kinds of stuff going on too.
You are 100% correct. So I don't like Zooms. I wish we were in person doing this training because we lose something, right? We can't read the body language. We have to wait for someone to stop speaking to start speaking, or it just causes a lot of problems. And I would always say to you as a union steward, if they want to do some kind of grievance or disciplinary issue over Zoom, say no. Say no. We'll reschedule it when it's in person and we can get busy, right? We can get our business on. But you have that right as a union steward to do that too. So that's the equal footing. If the district says we're having it on Zoom, you don't want it, you say, no, we're not. We prefer this to be in person, okay? So don't forget that. So how and with whom do you determine the remedy and a fallback position? How and with whom? So do you determine the remedy and a fallback position? So you don't want to work in a silo. I said that, or it's a vacuum, a silo, whatever the terms that we use. Do not work alone. and you want what the member believes to be a remedy for them. Again, I said that earlier, they should have taught you in one. The remedy always comes from the person, the grievant, the group, whoever. That remedy has to satisfy them, not us, right? We put our emotions or our feelings or our reasoning to a side if it's unrealistic, and we let it become the grievance remedy. It's so important because if we go over there as a union steward and say, oh, you should go for this, that, and the other, and I can't produce that, then you've got the employees' hopes up that they're going to get, big settlement or more than they're entitled to or something unreasonable. So you don't ever want to do that. You always leave it to the employee, the grievant to come up with the remedy.
Also, Andrea, can I interrupt? Sorry.
Sure.
Also, I think it's very important. Don't ever promise anything.
Yeah.
I always tell my people, I will fight for you by all means, but I cannot promise you anything. So when you promise somebody something and you can't follow through, it doesn't look good.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is another reason we give our grievances to your chapter leadership, the chapter president, the union steward, the person who is in charge of those, your labor rep. We always let them review it because they are our fallback position. They are the people that we are going to depend on as union stewards to help us get to the end of this grievance. Okay. I would always say have one or two people involved in any grievance that you're dealing with. Okay. Any questions? Okie dokie, moving on. So again, with our presentation strategies, how do you build your best case? Your strategy to build your best case should be what? Anybody? It says it right here, but I want your guys' own experiences. Share with me how you have built a best case in having to deal with the grievance.
I've pulled all the personnel files. I've dealt with issues where people got fired for attendance issues. So to be sure that the company was in place, being compliant, I've pulled all the personnel files, what do you call it, the time clock, punch in and out, to verify that everything was correct. And of course, asking the person to tell you the entire truth, because we do have we have to represent as if we are a lawyer.
Amen. I have said that we are underpaid lawyers throughout this whole career. You are completely 100% correct. Heather?
We have to take out the emotion and just concentrate on the facts and the hardcore evidence.
Amen to that one. Karen? Did I see your hand go up? No? Okay.
No.
Okay. So you guys are absolutely correct, right? We want to include the most convincing facts. And if that means you got to put on your little acting hat, whatever. If you got get a little bit of dramatic and throw some drama in there, whatever, you are going to display and you are going to convince them that this is the facts and we have our people's best interests at heart to settle this grievance. Okay. I do that all the time. I like to role play with you guys when you're learning, and I absolutely like to get a little dramatic when I'm in there with the district HR or management. Really quick, we had a grievance. We were already at level 4. We were dealing with the chancellor and blah blah blah. So the HR person comes in here and says, "Andrea," slamming her hand, "what do you expect me to do?" And I slammed my hand back on the thing. I said, "I want you to get your shit together." And oh my gosh, they looked at me like, "What?" And I said, "If you're going to slam the table at me and be inappropriate, I think I should be able to do it back." That calmed her down. She says she apologized. And I said, "There's no need to apologize, but don't expect me not to give you what you're going to try to give me." And so if you guys become comfortable enough with your abilities, absolutely throw a little drama in there. Get what you need for our people, okay? You want to anticipate the management position before they even, it's like playing chess. You want to say, oh, I know this manager. I know what he or she's going to say, so let me prepare this, right? You want to anticipate their facts, their past practices, what they've always said in the past to be true and correct. You guys have to be ready, and you have to have a lot of conversations, and you have to have a lot of gameplay with the grievant, your chapter president, and your labor rep. Okay. You want to be prepared, and you want to have the appropriate responses and rebuttals should it come to that. Okay. Does everybody here, and I'm sure you do, know what a rebuttal is? Everybody should know what a rebuttal is. Yes? Nods, thumbs up. Doesn't look like everybody does. Yes? I see one thumb from Maria. So a rebuttal is just a simple response to an allegation from the district. So grievances, it could be in the format of a response. So I'm going to deny, right? I'm going to deny your level 1 grievance. Our rebuttal would be to move up to level 2 grievance. So it's a response or a rebuttal. You use those words interchangeably. So just know that, okay? Oops. How do I go back? Went one time too many. There you go. All right. Did I go back? Did I go forward? There you go. All right. So prepared agreement and other attendees for the following. So we've kind of went over this. The meeting dynamics, the caucuses, which is a simple word for a break. Who's going to speak? Who's not going to speak? Is your grievance strong enough to help you present your grievance? Or are you going to do all the speaking for them? Nonverbal cues. Sometimes we get really emotional people who cry a lot, or people who get angry and their voice just automatically goes up a little bit. Those nonverbal cues, you could touch them on the hand, you could tap their foot under the desk, you could look at them, you could click a pin, something to get their attention, right? Seating arrangement. This is very, very important to me. I don't know if even in negotiations, as a leader of a unit, you want to be able to have a little bit of authority. So I always try to tell my people, when we're going to go to present a disciplinary issue, a grievance or something, get there 15, 20 minutes before the district expects you to, so that you could go into the room and you put that seating arrangement the way you want it, so that the district doesn't have that little bit of gain over you. So normally when you walk into a room, you normally see the district waiting for you, right? So you get there first, and when they walk into the room and open the door, they open the door and they see you guys sitting there. They're like, oh crap, they're ready. They're ready to do this. They know what they're doing. So those kind of things are super important. And sometimes we probably don't even think about it, but it all plays a role when we present our grievances on our confidence, right? So the dynamics just meant where we're gonna meet. They said we're gonna meet here. No, actually, we're not meeting there. We're gonna meet here. So you guys push your authority as well. Don't forget that equal footing that you guys have. Use it. So here's a little tidbits for my cheat sheet here for you guys. So in the meeting dynamics, they want you to identify if the supervisor or the administrator that you're meeting with the grievances are aggressive or they're friendly, right? So there's nothing wrong to say in advance. I didn't get that. Oops. Could you try again? Oops, sorry, my phone's talking to me. You want to know in advance who am I gonna present this grievance to? Are they easy to work with? Are they new? Are they full of power, in their head? Are they micromanagers? That kind of stuff. If you're in a meeting with an aggressive or a hostile supervisor, you want to prepare yourself and the member for the possible heated slamming of the desk and stuff like that conversations, right? Because sometimes we have very mild and meek employees. We don't want to scare them, but we want to let them know what we're going to do. So you give them some heads up of what's happening. And for the caucuses, you just let the member know if you need a break, if this gets too emotional for you, if this gets too, heated for you, let me know. Just say I need a break, and we get to step out and we take a break, right? Have that conversation with the people, prepare them, even if it's a group. And then you're going to determine who's going to be doing the speaking. If I'm the stronger speaker, I'm going to do the speaking. If the employee can help you with the grievance and give their professional input because it's them, it happened to them, the violation occurred to them, then you allow them to speak on that behalf. But sometimes they speak a little too much and say things that probably could damn them before help them, so we stop them. And those where those nonverbal cues come in. Thank you. Just touch them on the arm. I'll take it from here. That
Can
kind
I
of
add
stuff.
something, Andrea?
Sure.
Something that I've noticed and I try to remind members is when there's a question and it's a yes or no question, try to stick to the yes or no, because sometimes we tend to give too much information. Like Andrea is saying, like if it's a yes or no question, just answer yes or no.
Yes, for sure. So somebody said earlier, and I believe it was Petrus, he said something like, you know, we're going to go in there and be an attorney. I agree. So I always tell my people, listen, yes, no, or I don't recall. And if it's something that they're trying to get out of you, they're going to keep asking you a question in a different way. You keep saying, you know, I don't recall. Yes, no, keep to those three. Three simple answers will get us to the end of our grievance. Then we'll find out whether or not we're going to move forward or we won, right? So don't shoot yourself in the foot. Okay.
Can I add something, Andrea, as well?
Sure, absolutely.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I also think it's important because I have been in a situation where we're in with an admin, and that admin, like Andrea said earlier, is raising their voice, right? They're getting out of hand. You can stop that meeting and you can tell that admin, hey, we're going to take about 10 minutes so you can calm yourself down, and then we'll come back and try to continue this meeting. There is no reason why anybody should be yelled at, raise their voice at you. And it goes both ways, right? If you have your member that's in there that they're getting upset or they're raising their voice, because I've had that happen too, I will calmly put my hand on their knee and I'll say, can we please have a caucus? And I'll take my member outside and let them calm down and say, hey, listen, we're not going to go back in until you can calm down and we can continue on. And if sometimes that means we have to come back another day, you know, so
That's
please
right.
know you have that right, because like I said, nobody deserves to be yelled at, treated in a disrespectful way.
Right. Amen to that. Very good. And I just want to remind you guys, in stopping a meeting, so I think I've had it maybe happen 2, maybe 3 times in my 10.5-year time here with CSEA. I have encountered a hearing officer or whatever, or the grievance person that we're presenting to. And I have had to tell the member, because I knew they were hot. These people were hot-headed. So I told the member, if I grab my belongings and I start stacking them up because we're leaving, you don't ask no questions. You don't sit there and stay behind. You get up and you follow me, right? You guys have to go in there as a team all the way through from the very beginning to the end. So you want to have as much communication with your members. If I leave, you better get up and you better follow me. Don't sit around and let them ask you questions, right? Make sure you guys are on the same page before any of this happens. Very, very important. You want to show a united front from the very beginning. Go ahead.
Sorry, Andrea. I was just saying there's a really good question in the chat that I think should be called out. It says, are these initial meetings with management meant to be brief informational meetings, or laying out all the supporting evidence and seeking a resolution right then?
Good question. That's a great question. The informal with the supervisor is simply to show them that they violated the contract and they cannot do what has happened. If that manager is willing to listen, then you can give them all the information, right? And then that may say to the manager, or the manager may say to you, again, you're right. I'm new to this position. I really didn't read it that way. Thank you for sharing that with me. And you can be guaranteed they're going to go and ask somebody else. But for you to have that initial informal conference, it's for you just to say, hey, look, you bypassed me in overtime. It says right here that you have to go off of the rotational list and you didn't do that. Now, if they say, I know I didn't do that, I don't have to do that, then we'll save all the facts for the level one, the actual formal. We'll put it in the formal one.
Also, I think too, I've had the experience of where a human resources assistant superintendent will just blurt out ed code numbers, right? But not really know what the ed code number states. He's just making up a number. So if that happens, you have every right to say, can you please pull that up and tell me what that ed code says? Make them show you what that ed code that they're referring to states. I think that's very important. And then in return, when you're presenting a grievance and you're referring to ed code, have a copy of what that ed code section to present to them, right? Because they can do the same thing to us.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you, Andy. And sometimes you guys, you know, I have a bad attitude towards management. I'm not as giving as I used to be because I've been jaded enough. So don't learn my bad habits, but also know if you take something printed out, say for Ed Code 45103 or whatever, right? And they say, well, what does that say? I always say, well, look it up. I'm not here to do your job. Like someone earlier said, it's not our responsibility to do that. And that's only if I'm dealing with somebody who's been nasty to me. Otherwise, I would say, well, I'd be happy to share it with you. It's right here, right? So you guys make that determination as a union steward and how much you want to build those working relationships. It's very, very important. Okay, so moving on. Success depends on these three things. Your preparation, the more you prep, the easier it is. Your relationship with the supervisor. If you have that good working relationship and there's open communication, it makes it easier. And then your credibility, right? Your credibility. If you come to them and you're accusing them of something, you better be able to back it up. Then you're building your credibility. If you come to them and you say you're violated this, that, and the other, and you have no proof, nothing in hand, nothing prepared, there goes your credibility down the toilet. Okay, so you want to make sure that you have any necessary documents in order. Ideally, you have good relationships with the supervisor that you're meeting with, but it's also okay if you don't. And then if you don't have a good relationship, then you better have some good preparation documents in hand. Okay. And when we talk about credibility, that means of the steward, yourself, the chapter, and your labor rep, CSCA in general, right? You're not just downplaying credibility if you don't come prepared to the situation at hand. You're also including us as labor reps and CSCA as your union. So we want to go in there presenting strong, not half-assed. Okay, makes sense? All right, you guys. So management tactics can include these following things. Physical surroundings, which means do they place you in a cramped room? They put you in a little broom closet? You know, I don't know. Do they change the meeting room from at the last minute? That's a tactic that has not happened to me, thank God. And then small talk. Small talk is not good when we are representing an employee during a grievance. So do I know the HR director outside of work? Maybe she's my neighbor, right? So I don't want my employee or my member saying or hearing me say, oh, I saw Junior at the baseball game yesterday. What is that going to make my employee or the member feel like? Like I'm on the side of the district. No small talk, you guys. You're there for business. You're there to represent your member. That's what we need to do during a presentation, okay? Does management attempt to have professional or personal conversations with you during this time? Again, it's no time for that. You're here for one thing and one thing only, and that's to get through this grievance and make your member feel represented as best you could. Don't forget that you're equal to management in these meetings. So small talk, you could say, hey, can we talk about this after, right? Make sure that you shut that down. Don't let them come up with their tactics and strategies and make you look less than a union steward for your member. Okay, interruptions, their phones. Do they get up and walk around? Because I've had this happen. they're reading their text messages on their phone while you're trying to speak with them. Not acceptable, you guys. They don't expect that you to do that to them, so you do not allow them to do that to you. It's a equal expectation of professionalism, right? And interruptions is one thing that should not be allowed. And if you're getting too many interruptions, simply ask. It seems like you're super busy today. Maybe we need to reschedule this. Okay.
Yeah, because they should not be getting interrupted, right? The secretary shouldn't be coming in and saying, "Oh, you have a phone call or you have somebody here to see you." We should be on their calendar for that time period. So there should be no interruptions.
And that's a really good point, Andy, because I've had districts say, okay, you get 30 minutes for this presentation. No, 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 no. You're going to give me at least an hour and a half. If we don't take the full hour and a half, then we'll leave early. But don't let them shortchange you on time, because these things take time. Emotions start to come into play. Questions start to come up. They want information that we may not have, or we may need information that they don't have. And we have to take time, right? These things are not happening in 30 minutes. They never have, and I don't think they ever will. So make sure they don't cut you down on your time either. So the pace of the meeting, that's what I'm saying. Don't let them rush you. Don't allow them to be too relaxed in it, where they got their foot on the desk. It's got to stay professional, you guys, on both sides, theirs and ours. If it gets a little heated and you see your member getting ready to lose their stuff and maybe cuss, ask for that caucus. Read the room. Know that you're in charge. Don't allow that to happen. It looks bad on all of us. And then the tone. If they're too aggressive, or they're too collaborative, like, oh yeah, we'll give you whatever you want, Andrea, something's wrong. That never happens either. But don't allow them to talk down to you. Don't allow them to belittle you. Don't allow them to slam the desk at you unless you're ready to give it back. And I'm going to say, as a union steward, you shouldn't be giving it back. Let the labor rep do that for you.
Andrea, can I interrupt for just a second?
Yes.
I'm wondering if we need like just 5 minutes, because I have quite a few people that are saying BRB. So I don't know if maybe
okay.
somebody might need it. I don't know. I'm just putting it
Sure.
out there in case anybody needs like just a 5-minute restroom break or something.
Anybody? You guys good? You guys could be right back. I mean, this is a training. You can go to the restroom. We're all adults here. As long as you come back, because believe me, Fallon's watching you. We don't need to stop unless you want to. We only have a few more slides to finish before our activity.
Yeah, I think nobody else really said anything, but just to bring attention to that too. Like if you need to eat, or you need to, like, you're going to see me eating in a second because I didn't have food earlier. So you can eat and go to the restroom. Just, if your camera's off, just let us know.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Thanks, Fallon. Anybody have questions on that slide? Comments? Okay, here we go. So communication and documentation that we have to have during our grievances, right? So anytime we're dealing with a grievance, you always want to keep the grievant informed. So if we're saying, hey, this is the grievance I've typed up for you. Does it sound accurate? Share it with the grievant prior to sending it to the labor rep or anybody else before the district, for sure. Always keep the grievant abreast of what stage you're in, what you're going to do, so you don't catch them off guard. After all, we are representing them, okay? When meetings are scheduled, when the documents or the decisions that you're getting ready to put forth, make sure they know, okay? The chief steward, keep them up to date on the status of the case, because ultimately they are responsible for all the grievances that go through your chapter. And possible organizing opportunities, you want to let the chief steward know, hey, maybe this is where we're at in this grievance. Maybe we need to organize and get the chief steward involved so that he or she can help and assist you with that. Okay, because that's a lot of work in itself. The executive board. So when you're e-board, you want to keep them up to date on the status as well. Because they also, as an executive board, should know what's going on with grievances in that chapter. Okay. Because they may have some input. They may have dealt with a similar grievance at one point or another. They may have some valuable insert for you. The labor rep, of course, you keep them updated of the cases and the status because you may need their assistance. You may get to a point where you say, I don't know what to do from here. This is beyond the furthest I've ever gone. So now I need you to step in and help me with that. So always include your labor rep. And then the members. And this is of your successful outcomes, right? And during chapter meetings, there's normally committee reports where you can share this as a union steward without being too informative. You want to keep things confidential, so no names are said, but you can definitely report out of a successful outcome of a win of a grievance. You could share it with your chapter meeting and just say, hey, listen, there was a group of people being mistreated or bypassed for overtime. This is what happened. They all got paid for the hours they should have worked. So if something like this is going on in other groups, you guys let us know. These are the kind of communications that you want to always keep going with a consistent flow throughout a grievance.
And I think that's important, sharing the successful outcomes at your chapter meetings, because how many times do we hear from our members, well, what does the union do for me? If we're sharing success stories, then they know, right?
Yep. All right. So here we are. Inhale, exhale, breathe. All right. Oh, you're finally back, Beatrice. You were transparent for a minute. I was seeing through you. You looked like the predator on that video for a second.
I don't know what happened. That's great.
I'm glad you're back. Okay. So now our activity 3 again relates to Natasha Richardson's case. We are going to present it. So you guys are actually going to role play. You guys are going to, we're going to go back into the break rooms. We're going to breakout rooms. Somebody's going to play Natasha. Somebody's going to play the steward. And somebody's going to play the management role. Okay. So here's what you're doing. In the activity, each participant will have the opportunity to formally present the Natasha Richardson grievance to a union steward, as a union steward to the management. So we're going to go to the breakout rooms. We're going to give you 10 minutes to figure out who's going to play what portion. And I hope whoever plays Natasha will give a little bit of input during the presentation. Okay, so hopefully you'll be able to say a few facts about the situation and help the union steward present your case. You're going to, let's see. It says only 2 people. The trainer, it says 2 people, but we're going to use all 3 of you. 1 Natasha, 1 steward, and 1 management. Okay. For 10 minutes, you guys are going to go in there, figure it out. And then I think we're going to have 10 rooms because there's that many people here. And then we will call on several of you, if not all of you, depending on the time, to do your presentation. This should only take anywhere from 3 to 4 minutes. Okay. So don't be shy, you guys. It's uncomfortable, but this is how we learn. Even on Zoom, it's not as uncomfortable as it is in person because normally you get the labor reps being management and we're a little hard on you. But this time we're going to allow someone in your group to be management. So you saw how Felon pretended to be a jerk management. Some of you are going to be jerk managers. Some of you are going to be understanding managers. Some of you are going to be, willing HR people to resolve it. I would like to see a little bit of everything. Okay.
We have 10 rooms, but one room just has 2 people, but everyone else will have 3.
So also you guys already have your grievance form started, right? You've already done your homework as far as what articles were violated. So this shouldn't take you too long to figure out.
Yeah. And don't forget, we are presenting this as, let's just say, a level 2, because that's when it goes to management, right? Or HR or whatever. Well, I shouldn't say that because everybody's CBAs are different. So we are at a level to now where we were presenting it to management. So you guys have all your stuff in order. You have all your facts. You have Natasha there to help you through it. I want to see some good role playing here. So we're going to start our activity now. Fallon will put you in the breakout rooms.
No, give
And if
me
you have any questions,
1 second because I just realized because we have one group that has 2 people. So I'm gonna move them into the group that just had 2. So there'll actually be 3, I believe, in each one. So give me 2 seconds to rearrange that and I will
good.
open them up.
Good. Good, good, good. Okay. Do you guys have any questions before you go off into your breakout rooms?
Are we supposed to have like a basic script, or we're just they're improvising off of what we already just read from the activity 1 and 2?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going strictly off no scripts. We're going strictly off the facts that you have in Natasha's case.
Thanks.
So I just want to say, if we were in person, this is where we would say whoever's playing the steward and the grievant, this is where we would say when you walk into the room, you dictate where the seating is, like Andrea said, right? Because when I do it in person, I have a table and I put chairs in different areas to see if they automatically go to, hey, we're sitting here and we're going to put management over here. Anyway, so just so you know, this is where that would take place.
Okay, I'm opening up the room.
And 10 minutes may be a little long for some of you. And if that's the case, then you guys switch roles. Somebody else play management, somebody else play Natasha. You guys just have fun for 10 minutes.
Hello.
Hello.
I know a lot of your stuff, those things that we've seen in your chats.
Yeah, I definitely like to be in the chat trolling sometimes.
You had a lot of great answers. Well, what do you want to do for roles? Who wants to
I don't mind being the steward if somebody wants to take on the other 2 roles. I also don't mind being the manager, or Natasha. I don't mind. It just depends on. I'm trying to pull up my notes.
I don't mind Natasha because I don't remember all the articles.
Okay. And then Dante, does that make you the manager?
Yeah, I can definitely be the manager.
Okay. I think it's way easier to be management, Dante. Deflect everything.
Yeah.
Okay. So, good morning, Lupe. Natasha and I are here to formally present a grievance regarding the contract violation that occurred last Tuesday. I understand that there's a budget issue that occurred, and the department is in the negative or not able to provide overtime funds, and that does not allow the district to supersede the collective bargaining agreement, though. So we're officially grieving that the violation of Article 4.2, as Natasha's schedule was changed without a required 2 weeks notice, and Article 4644, as you explained, or as you explicitly denied her contractual right to cash compensation versus compensatory time.
Should I add to that or respond? Because it might make sense.
I think that they said that we established who's talking beforehand, so I guess we didn't do that. So, because I believe there is only one person that's allowed. That's why we caucus. If you want to like sidebar.
Okay.
So is this where I come in and tell Natasha that she needs to work overtime without pay?
I mean, you don't have to say anything. You can, that's what the practice is for, but it also, based off what they were saying, I've had managers who deflect all the time. That's what I was saying. You play it how you want it.
Okay. Hey Natasha, I'm gonna need you to work 6 hours today, without pay. Can you do that for me?
Well, I think the idea is we're in that meeting after the fact. So
Yeah, it's already happened. It's okay. I let you play it out because I mean that's what practice is for.
Yeah.
So, Lupe, are you aware? You've been made aware of this according to district records that I have on file that this has occurred. So this is just the formal meeting for us to discuss what had already occurred with Natasha. Did you receive those correspondences the district had confirmed?
Yes.
Okay, so what we're looking to do is to remedy the situation, and we want to just keep it as low level as possible. What were some of the ideas that you were thinking, and then Natasha and I will discuss as needed.
I can just talk with my supervisor and see what they think about the remedy should be. I was just told what to do and, to give her the hours that she needed to work without low budget pay.
So are you confirming that you don't have any remedies for today, or that you didn't, or you weren't authorized to provide any remedies today?
I wasn't authorized.
Okay. So realistically, what Natasha and I have reviewed together is it's not just the pay, it's the way in which she worked, given the normal contractual hours that she has. So on top of regular pay, there's the overtime pay, and then the extra hour that she worked a total of 9 hours. That means that last hour needs to be time and a half, which if the remedy is to take that hour as time and a half, that's further discussion for Natasha and myself. But we wanted to see where we could go in today's meeting, take notes as needed, and then if we need to come back in a separate meeting, that's perfectly acceptable. But right now we're looking to see how we can remedy this situation. But it sounds like you're not authorized to provide any types of remedies to us. Is there anything that you think that you could take back to your supervisor based off what we're talking about today?
Based off what we talked about, I will let them know what remedy they choose to offer Natasha so that she can get what she wants.
And so, based on what I'm hearing you say, are you also stating that you weren't just not authorized to provide a remedy, that your superiors also don't have any remedies on file or suggested at this time either?
Yes.
Okay. Natasha and I will go ahead and have a quick caucus and see what she would like to do moving forward, and then we will be right back.
Okay.
Pretending we're in a caucus. I appreciate everything that you said, and what do you think where do we go from here? We just have to wait for the next meeting?
That's what it sounds like, but this is completely up to you. I'm representing you on what it is that you are hearing alongside me in this meeting. We can absolutely request, we can give them what it sounds like it is an extension. But according to our agreement and our filing status, if they don't have an option for us today, they are going to exceed the timeline that they have, not us. We are not exceeding it. So then that means that this could potentially be moved up to the next step, because unless you're okay with granting them an extension, that's completely up to you. If you'd also like to give them the extension so that we can maybe discuss further with our labor rep, I'm completely okay with that, or our chief steward. How are you feeling? I'm not allowed to tell you what to do, but I want to guide you the best way that I can given what they're saying and what we know.
Well, remind me what escalating it would look like. I don't want them to get more mad at me. Sounds like they're already picking on me. But if it takes longer, then I'm worried that yeah, then my pay will take even longer, and then I'll be waiting maybe for the next pay period.
Those are very, very valid points, which is why it's up to you to either maybe potentially want to give them an extension, or we can escalate it to the next level. If we're in the second step right now, that would push us up to the third step, which is then going to lead us, based on your collective and our collective bargaining agreement, that would lead us to their manager. So we would no longer, or they could very well have Lupe in the meeting, but I'm saying we would no longer be discussing the matter with the resolution coming from Lupe. It would be from Lupe's supervisor.
Really, in a way, that sounds like it might make it more clear if Lupe has to check with them anyways to come back to us, then maybe that would be more streamlined.
That is very well an option. We also don't know if this is a tactic. So if you feel that that's what you want to do moving forward, I have no problem requesting an extension, stating that it is not our extension that we're offering to approve an extension, but we could also very much be in the next boat where a manager is going to tell us, my manager didn't give me approval. We don't know that Lupe doesn't have the ability to do that right now.
Okay. Well, I guess I'd be okay with a short extension, but I don't know how long we could allow, but I'd rather force them to come back with an answer quicker rather than wait. And then if they do the same thing again, then I would want to escalate it, I think.
Absolutely. And one of the things that I would recommend, if we're going to go in there and ask for it, or request that an extension be provided to both parties, or to declare it was an extension to get further clarification for the management side for this district, please make sure that you are documenting. You made a comment right now that you said you were afraid that, one, it was going to take longer to hit your paycheck, but two, that it was going to not allow you to feel as comfortable at work in case things escalate. And so document anything that comes up.
Okay. Thank you.
Absolutely.
I trust with my unions too. Thank you. Should we connect with the manager again after caucus in those 30 seconds?
Yeah, Dante, you're up, man. Or Lupe, you got 30 seconds.
Yes. Any questions for me?
Yes, actually, we were going to request a temporary extension based on our collective bargaining agreement. We have up to 2 weeks, but we would rather try to get this moved further. So we're requesting that a week, based on management not being available to offer a remedy, we meet in a week.
That works.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Finish the homework today, you can submit it, and then you're good to go for the next training.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, everybody.
When is our homework due?
We're gonna, who was that,
hopefully
Brittany?
today.
I got a quick question for y'all.
Who's talking?
Keisha.
Brittany? Oh, Keisha. Okay, I can't see everybody, so go
I
ahead,
know it's
Keisha.
fine. The ghost in the corner.
There you are. You're in the middle of my screen now. You weren't.
So what I found that we kind of ran into is procedures. For example, with this case, we don't know if the grievant clocks in, clocks out, or if there's any kind of written documentation to base that 6 hours of overtime on. Because I was just telling one of our members that I know that she probably has a clock in, clock out at her school district, Yeah. So, but in ours, at least at my school, they don't do that. Like the supervisor or the manager for the kitchen is the person who signs off on their hours, like before the pay periods finish. It doesn't even necessarily happen like on a weekly basis or on a daily basis. I can be in the kitchen sometimes and literally hear, so when did you work again? Because I need to sign off on your hours type of thing. There's no clock in, clock out, log in, log out, nothing like that. Like the supervisor or manager or assistant manager has to verify that whatever they're stating on their timesheet is true.
Right.
So
a lot of districts, like cafeteria, for instance, or library aides, custodians, secretaries, clerks, they don't have to clock in, right? It's just you have a contracted start time and end time. The only people that may clock in or sign in will be aides, right? And that's mostly for a safety reason, right? If there's an emergency, fire drill or whatever, they can identify who was on campus at that day at that time. So you just go with what you think. We're just hypothetically playing here. So if it's kitchen, I would assume nobody clocked in, right? It's just a set
Yeah,
time.
and then because it's only a 3-hour employee, so that's
Right.
why I was like, yeah. So that I was kind of being management. So I was like, well, how do we know that you actually work 6 hours?
Right, right. Yeah.
Is everybody back?
I think we're all just assuming that she worked those 6 hours, right?
Yes.
Yes, everybody's back, Andrea. And then
Okay.
Brittany, you asked a question
All right,
earlier.
did you
Did
guys
it get
have fun?
answered? Sorry.
You're fine. What happened?
Brittany asked a question earlier. I didn't hear her, but I don't know if her question got answered.
Me? I asked a question?
Yeah, when we first came back.
Oh, somebody asked if when homework is due.
Oh, yes.
Wasn't me.
So we're gonna offer that you guys do homework with us today so that we can get it processed and you can automatically move over to, well, not automatically, you have to register for UST 3. But so that you can be prepared to register for UST 3. So if you're able to do that with us, then that's fine. Otherwise, you have to have your homework back, I would say by the 24th, because the next UST 3 is on August 1st. You have to give the office time to review it, make sure it gets processed and in the system that you've completed UST 2. And for those of you who are here from different field offices, please be sure to hand in your homework to your labor rep so that your field office has it on record. Okay? All right. So you guys, we figured out we're doing well on time, that we're 10 breakout rooms. Everybody is going to present for 3 minutes. So nobody's getting out of this, right? So we're going to take 30 minutes and we are going to allow everybody a chance to present their agreements for Natasha. So let's just start at group 1. Group 1 was who, Fallon?
Mallory,
Oh.
Martin, and Sonia.
Do we go based off our role playing or how we ended?
Yes, you are all 3. It's going to be a little difficult, but that's why we're giving you just 3 minutes because it could probably take a long time for everybody. Say who's who, right? If Martin's Mallory, if Martin is Natasha, and so whatever, announce your character, and then you guys present your case to us.
Okay. Mallory will be Natasha.
Sonia will be management.
And I'll be the union steward.
Cool.
Martin will be the union steward.
Very good. Let's hear it.
Okay, so we're here to discuss about a grievance that we're having for Natasha Richardson. She's sitting here next to me. So she works 6 hours over her scheduled hours, which is 5 hours of extra time, 1 hour of overtime. You decided to deny her the pay and instead give her compensation time when she requested it be paid out in cash. We're here to try to resolve this. She's asking that it be paid out. We know that you're violating our contract, and we're hoping that we can get to a resolution. Would you be willing to look at the articles that you violated, or would you rather just resolve this right here and now, and just pay her the money?
Well, I don't know the contract, so can you tell me where in the contract I violated?
Okay, so in the contract, you violated Article 4, hours and overtime, the subsection 4.6.44, where she has the choice on whether or not she is she gets paid in cash or with compensation time.
You didn't give her that option on choosing. You decided to make that decision for her, which is a violation. That is the main thing here, but there's a few other things that you violated. At 4.6.2, you did not give her the opportunity to deny the overtime. Um, and then also 4.2, 1 second. You didn't give her enough notice of the change in hours um, for her to be able to work that shift. She may have had other things planned, and you just went ahead and decided to make that decision for her, which is not okay.
Can Natasha not just take the comp time instead?
That is a decision for Natasha. Natasha, would you like to just take the comp time instead, or would you like to just be paid out as we discussed prior?
I would like to be paid for my time, please. With cash. Sorry.
Tax deductible. I mean, no taxes, sorry.
Okay, I guess I can give Natasha what she wants.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yay, that was perfect. That was very, very good. How does it feel? How does it feel just to role play, you guys?
It feels weird being a mean person.
Yeah, it was weird.
It feels weird being a mean person. That's funny. Is it Martin? Yeah,
Yes.
Martin. Have you represented anybody before?
Myself.
Oh, okay. That's a good start. All right. Well, you guys did good. We have some critiques, but I think the labor reps will wait till the very end. Okay. Group 2. I gotta restart this. Who's in group 2?
Group 2 is Courtney, Karen Caldron, and Keisha.
All right. Who's who? And then give it to us.
I was the union steward. And then Karen was Natasha and Keisha was the manager. We kind of spent a lot of our time on talking about evidence of the hours worked. And so for my district, every single classified employee has to clock in and out. So when Keisha was asking about where was the evidence that she worked, that was very unfamiliar to me, that no other school district would have a timesheet, a clock in timesheet. So we discussed that.
Okay. So are you saying there was no role playing?
Oh, no, yes.
No, we did.
We did.
We did, but the
Sorry.
manager was like, there was no, but where's asking me as a union steward, where's your proof that she worked overtime? And I was like, on her, timesheet. And they were unfamiliar with that. So we discussed just, you need to make sure you have all of your evidence before you go into the room.
Well, the way we started it, we introduced ourselves. So you want to put that out there. We did introduce ourselves. What was it? Keisha, she had a couple, I mean, I don't know if you guys want to role play it right now again.
Yes, that's what we're waiting for. We're waiting for you.
All right,
to
go
role play.
ahead.
Okay.
So start again.
Okay. Well, good morning.
So
My name
who's
is Karen.
who?
Oh, I'm Natasha.
I'm the
Okay.
union steward.
I'm the manager.
Okay. Great. Let's go.
So I have Natasha with me, and she was assigned to work overtime, and she worked an additional 6 hours of from 7:30 in the morning to 4:30 in the afternoon. Normally she works a 3-hour shift. So she worked an additional 5 hours at her regular rate, and then another hour at time and a half. And She is requesting to be paid those 5 hours irregular and 1 hour of time and a half on her next paycheck, as opposed to what her supervisor is offering is comp time. Natasha, is there anything else that you would like to add?
Yes, I would like to get the time. I would like to get paid for what I worked.
Correct.
And I just lost my evidence. Anyway, sorry. Basically, I kind of asked what did I do? Oh, I stated basically that she would not be getting compensated for that hour and a half based on evidence from their own contract. And then I lost my page, so forgive me. Terrible role thing right now.
Okay, so I just need you to elaborate why you think she was not due that time and a half.
Yeah, it was in the that's what I had in front of me, and then the screen closed, and so I have to scroll back to find it. It was in 4 point something.
I think you had mentioned because I did not have done 8 hours.
Yeah, yeah, basically this is basically what I stated. I was looking for the exact phrase or clause or whatever, that it wasn't 8 hours. Basically, you're not counting the 3 hours of her regular scheduled time as part of the overtime. So it's not a complete 8-hour day, and it had to be over 7 hours in order for compensation to be paid at time and a half. So you can't count that in, is basically what I said.
And that's when I had said, well, looking at her time clock, it shows that she worked from 7:30 to 4:30, which is a 9-hour shift. And according to the contract, I'd have to get the article number, but that is more than 8 hours.
Yeah. Except she didn't mention the time clock yet. She just said that, well, she did work that time. So then I asked for, what evidence do you have that she actually worked 6 hours extra even? Because you haven't brought any evidence forth. And then I said, was anything signed or was this arranged in advance? And then she said you could find it on her time clock that she actually worked the hours. And then we got into the whole time clock thing, because I was like, well, it wasn't mentioned during any of the previous role plays that you guys did that there was a time clock involved, or that there was any evidence presented to state or to that she actually worked the hours itself. Maybe she left 3 hours after, we don't know. So that's where we got into the and then the time kind of elapsed.
I think the article she was talking about was 4.6.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, where it says about the 8 hours.
Okay, so how did your role playing end? Who agreed to what, or what was the
there
next
was
move?
essentially no agreement, because there was no evidence for me as a manager to do anything. So the grievance was basically at a stalemate. There was no, I did not give in and they did not give in, so we were at a stalemate basically.
Okay. All right. Again, we have feedback. We'll give it to you at the end. Thank you. Very good.
Keisha's going to mediation.
That's the point. No, the thing is, I wanted to play hardball so that they can actually see what happens, because they're going to take the smallest little thing and they're going to throw it out there and throw you off your game. And then you're like stuck. It's like, okay, what do I do now? Is she right? Is she not right? And you don't have time to go look that all up again. So you have to be very, very familiar with
Keisha,
your contract,
your trauma
your
is
policies.
showing. Your trauma is showing. I said your
I'm
trauma
sorry.
is showing.
No, it's not. No. Okay, I'll tell you this. I started off first as a teacher, and at heart, I'm always a teacher. So even though I'm here to learn, I'm also here to teach other people so that they can pave the way for them, in a sense, if that makes sense.
I get what you're saying.
Well, I did learn something, ladies, so don't really did it. I did learn something. That we didn't ask enough questions when you guys did give us the floor. So I am going to give it to you guys. There was one question that we did not ask. It was proof. And now I know what to ask for the future. So thank you.
And that's why we're here, right? For you guys to learn. It's not a big deal.
Good takeaway. Good takeaway. Group 3.
Group is Crystal, Danielle, and Petrus. And
I
correct
was
me
the
if I'm
job
saying your
steward.
names wrong.
Okay, I'm here. I was the manager, principal, whoever.
And I am playing Natasha.
Okay.
And then we kind of went off with Petrus was more of like a district level admin.
Oh, one thing.
So with that, we'll
Wait. My first name is David. I don't know who put that Petrus in there. I don't know who did that, but
That's what I thought. Okay, thank you, David.
I don't know how that got there.
And with that, we'll start.
David,
So
you're
should-
Petrus all day because that's what we've been calling you. No.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I am who I am. Okay. Well,
All right, David, thanks so much for having.
Welcome to my office. Come in, have a seat.
Thank you so much for having me and Natasha here today to discuss her grievance that we've elevated a couple times. We appreciate you taking this time in your schedule.
Okay.
We'd really like to find a resolution, hopefully today.
We'll see. Tell me what's on your mind.
Just to give you a little backup, Natasha, you want to tell us what happened on the day that you were told to stay an extra 6 hours after your shift?
Yes, I went to work and thought I was working 3 hours, but then Lupe, my manager, told me that I needed to work 6 extra hours. I wasn't given the option to say no, and I wasn't given any previous notice. Then he wants to pay me through compensating me down the road with time off, which I don't want. I need to pay my rent and I need cash now.
I see. Well, that's pretty unfortunate that the manager, Lupe, approached you that way. However, I've been on vacation for the last 3 weeks, pushing a month, and I have a pile of papers on my desk. So if you give me a little time, perhaps I can get up to speed to see if your case is on my desk, if I have any information on it. I would love to be able to help you.
You know,
You sound
we
just
really
like a supervisor, David. Just you give me more time. A flashback.
we really appreciate that you are overloaded with work. You had a great vacation. That's really great for you. We have been working on this grievance for a little bit. We've now been, escalated to you, David. So let me get you caught up on what we have. So based on everything that Natasha just shared, we do have a couple of violations of our contract that just make it a bit egregious. Article 4 over to our compensation and section 6 for overtime, subsection 2. Any overtime, it should be optional, and she wasn't given that option, and she wants that work-life balance just like we do. 3 weeks vacation can be given to some of us, but she just wanted to be able to go home or be given notice, and so that's just really not fair. And then of course we're going to be looking at subsection 4.4, where she should be given the option of what method she wants paid, and she made it clear, I want my money. I want to be paid cash. And Lupe is trying to force her into compensation, which is just something she just doesn't want. She wants that cash. And there's a few other things here that we can go over, but that's the root of the issue here, David. And we just really want a resolution today for her.
Okay, I have heard Lupe's name before. I went on vacation. Her name is, we talk in the office, and they've talked about Lupe, how she's an exemplary employee, very good, hard worker. And we do appreciate that. We need those type of people around here. We want our district people to grow and become who they can become, to be the best that they can be. So I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to do a little research, but I need time to work on this. I'm going to ask you if you can give me at least 48 hours so I can, not Lupe, I'm sorry, Natasha, give me about 48 hours so that I can meet with Lupe and talk with her and discuss what has actually taken place. And I can also, to my fault, I'm going to take blame here, familiarize myself just a little bit more with your contract. In this district I have 7 different contracts I have to know. So forgive me for not memorizing your contract. So I need to go through that. 48 hours, would that be okay with you?
So David, I do just want to want to thank you again for wanting to follow up with Lupe and the supervisory team out there and making sure you're taking your actions, disciplinary actions, and corrective actions that you need to take at your district level. We absolutely want to support that because we don't want to continue to see these actions being taken against our classified. However, I am going to have to defer to Natasha and see if she's willing to wait an extra 48 hours because she's already been waiting for something that she shouldn't have had to wait for from the beginning. But we do really, really, really want to stress that importance of having that disciplinary action with your supervisory staff. Natasha, how do you feel about 48 hours?
My rent's due and I really need to get this settled today.
All right, David. So unfortunately, we have been working on this for a while. Again, we're on a strict timeline here. Natasha more on a strict timeline because she does have those bills paid and she already did the work. So I would hope maybe we can give you about 15 to 30 minutes to look over the case and get caught up, make any phone calls you need to make, and then we can come back for a resolution. How's that sound?
Well, I do want to work with you. Like I said, Natasha's an exemplary employee. Want her to be happy. Want her to tell her friends she's happy to come to work. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask that you step outside of the office while I make a few phone calls, and I'll talk to Lupe and see what we can come up with and see if we can get her paid as quickly as possible. If not today, tomorrow. Would that be okay?
All right, let me go ahead and write down those. Yeah, let me go ahead and write down those articles that I mentioned and subsections that I mentioned so you can look them over a bit quicker because I know my contract a little better than you. And we will be back in 30 minutes to discuss this and sign on the dotted line.
Okay, great.
Very good. Yay, very good. You guys went over a little bit more than 3 minutes, but you were doing so well, I didn't want to interrupt. So that's great. Good job, you guys. Again, we'll have some critiques, but at the end. Thank you very much. We appreciate that. Group 4?
For group 4, there was only 2 of us.
Yes, I was just gonna say that was our 2 group. I'm sorry about that because I had forgotten that when Andrea got kicked out, one of our hosts, one of the labor reps in here, she was put into the group. So it looked like you guys had 3, so I apologize.
No worries.
That's okay. Who's who?
So Mary's going to be playing the manager.
And I was the labor steward. We just pretended that Natasha was too shy to talk.
Yes.
Good. Good for you. Go ahead.
So thanks for meeting with me. I just wanted to go over some things that Natasha was forced to perform some overtime, and then she wasn't given the choice of being paid by cash or with comp time, which is in clear violation of the contract, Article 4.6.4.4. So I wanted to see if we could remedy that, so that she can get paid for her time performed.
Okay, but like I told her that it was going to be 6 hours and that she was going to get paid, but I didn't know exactly, like it's not in the budget, and my boss is not here right now, so you'll have to talk to her because that's way over my pay period, my pay amount. So, and she's not here right now.
Yeah, we're gonna have to figure this out right now because it's been too long that she hasn't been paid for that.
Well, it's been past practice that they get compensation time off at the end of the year, and either way, like she could totally like just cash it out at the end of the year.
Whether or not it was past practice or not, it's in the contract that she can choose to be paid cash or with comp time.
I don't know your guys' contract though. Like, how am I supposed to know that?
I'm telling you right now.
Okay. And then yeah, that was it.
Yeah,
Is manager just gonna lay down and say all right?
Well, I'm just saying, like he could tell me, but I can't really do anything because you're gonna talk to my boss, but my boss is not here.
Okay, then the union steward follows up with what?
scheduling a meeting with, the next manager up.
Okay. All right.
And Tyler,
Okay,
with
so we
this,
have some,
hold on, Tyler,
Good.
with this manager, you might want to check your timeline.
Yeah, right.
Because you might win your case.
Yeah.
for sure. Okay. All right, so on to group number 5.
That was Dante, Ernest, and Scout.
Yeah, I think so. Oh no, it's an echo.
Okay, so I was the union steward, Scout was Natasha, and then Dante was our manager. So I can't see Dante. Dante, are you here?
Yeah, my video's on. Camera's
Okay.
on.
No, I know. We're all bunched up, so sorry about that. So okay. So hello, Bay. This is Ernest Lopez for Spurlock Unified School District Association 911 for classified employees. I'm here today based on our filing of a grievance. I sent you an email with a red receipt, and I saw that came back to my office email that you had opened it. Have you had time to look at the materials inside and become familiar with them?
I kind of just skimmed read it because I had a busy work day today, so I really didn't read too much on what your email was, but I did see that you did send one.
Okay, so thank you for confirming that you did receive the materials and the information in a timely manner. We are on a deadline, so I'm going to go ahead and cut to the chase. I'm with Natasha Richardson, and we had filed a grievance for the following articles that were violated in the contract. So Article 4, with specificity to subsections 4.2, 4.6, 4.4, 4.641, 4.648, 4.2, and subsection 4.8. All of those are within the scope of hours and overtime, workday, and compensation time. And so it appears that you provided an opportunity for overtime in your department with Natasha, and she worked a total of 9-hour days, and she was told how she was going to be compensated for the extra time that she worked. And according to our discussion with Natasha, as well as our review of the collective bargaining agreement and the situation at hand, she was not compensated in the way that she requested. She was told how she was going to be compensated. And so that needs to be remedied. Our goal today is to get everything squared away today. She is in need of those funds in the format that she requested.
Yeah, definitely. I can try to work something with her. We were just so short-staffed, and she was the only person that I saw come in early before anyone else. So I just kind of gave her that opportunity with compensation. I didn't consider pay because of our budget, but I can definitely reach out to my supervisor and see what they have to say.
Natasha did inform me that there was a meeting prior where it was discussed ahead of time, and in which case that was when she told and informed you of a way that she wanted to be compensated, not in the form of comp time. And so can you confirm that that was the situation?
Yeah.
Okay, so then you are aware of the actions that took place in your department, as well as the collective bargaining agreement that she is protected by.
Yes.
Okay, so then if we go beyond a waiting period, I would need to defer and talk to Natasha first in a caucus, which is allowed and required as a part of these meetings. And so I'm only speaking on her behalf, and so I would need to check in with her with what you've offered.
Okay.
Natasha, how are you feeling about this?
Well, on one hand, like, it's a good to have to wait longer, and I won't get paid in a timely manner still if it does go through, or the next pay period. But on the other hand, I'm kind of nervous to, like, not be able to give me spending more time, just so I don't get picked on even further, as I feel like I'm being singled out. What do you think we should do?
I am here to guide the situation. I'm not here to tell you what to do. I want you to feel comfortable in the decisions that are being made today. So if you want, we can go back and we can go in there and let them know that we are wanting to try to settle this today. and not push it any further out of the situation that you're talking about, not feeling singled out and feeling the environment and change it in your workplace. So let's go ahead back in. Hey Lupe, we're back. So it seems like we're going to want to still try to take care of this today. I understand that you were understaffed and there's some budgetary issues that were mentioned as well, but we're going to want to go ahead and figure out how to get Natasha paid out.
Yeah, so I went ahead and reached out to my supervisor while you guys stepped out for a few minutes. We'll go ahead and pay her for that time that we gave her.
And so just to confirm, when you say pay, you mean in the format that she requested, which was cash?
Yes.
Okay, so that should then be on payroll's billing cycle. We are right at the 15th, so we're going to need to get this taken care of pretty soon because you do know, and I'm sure you're aware as a manager, that payroll does need timesheets in by the 15th, especially when it comes to these off-scheduled overtime. So can I confirm that when we're done here today, you will receive an email and confirm with payroll, please CC me and Natasha so that we're all on the same page that she will be getting paid, if not in this cycle, in the very next one at the very latest. But I appreciate your willingness to get this matter taken care of.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, I'll be following up with you via email. Thank you.
Yay, very good, very good. Are you ready to be a labor rep, Ernest? Very good. We have some critiquing, but it'll be at the end like the rest. Very good, you guys. Group 6.
Dawn, Josefina, and Wendy.
Who's in group 6?
Josefina here. I'm Lupe.
I am the steward.
I'm Natasha.
Hi, Natasha.
Okay.
All right, let's go.
Josefina.
Hi.
Hi.
So what do I owe the pleasure of having you in my cafeteria?
We're in the cafeteria?
We're in the cafeteria.
So Dawn, I almost said Dawn. So Natasha had an issue. She's filing a grievance. Natasha, can you tell me and Josefina what the issue is?
Yes, I was approached to ask to work outside of my normal hours, and they wanted to compensate me later for that time, extra work later in the year, because there isn't funds available right now.
Josephina, is that correct? Is that what was happened?
It is correct.
Are you aware that how that transpired is against our rules for the union?
Well, I'm not very familiar with the union contract, so if you would enlighten me.
I'm sorry?
I'd appreciate that. If you would enlighten me with it, I would appreciate that.
Oh, for sure. Okay. So under Article 4 in Section 4.2, her hours change because you asked her to work more than half an hour. And so if you were asked her to work more than a half an hour, you have to give her 2 weeks notice. So the fact that you asked her on that day, it violates our rules, as well as Article 4, Section 4.6.2. She had a right to refuse, and she wasn't given that option because everybody else had been asked and everybody else didn't. And
well,
so
we're short-staffed. We're short-staffed, and we needed her to stay. And she was our best option.
Well, I mean, a staffing emergency on your part isn't Natasha's problem. She has the right to refuse, and she wasn't allowed to do that. And then the third one is when you said that you couldn't give her cash, you could only give her compensation time. She had the right to select which she preferred, and she wasn't given that option either. So those 3 things violate our contract.
Well, like I said, I'm not familiar with your contract. I appreciate you telling me this. However, her additional time was not directly coming from me. It has to do with my supervisor. So you're more than welcome to take it up with my supervisor.
Okay. I guess we'll go from here. We'll end our meeting and then we'll escalate to the next level with your supervisor.
Go ahead.
Sassy.
All right. So Josephina, you remind me of a lot of managers that I've dealt with. And it's funny because, like, again, I always say, well, maybe you should really take the time to learn what your job is, read that contract and da da da. So when you guys get comfortable in your skin, I would love to hear you all respond like that. So that's good. Very good. Group number 7.
Erica, Karen C, and Morgan.
Morgan is the management.
I'm Natasha.
I'm supposed to be the job steward.
All right, Erica, you need to go.
Okay. So God, I just froze up. Okay, so hi, yes, we're here today to talk about Natasha, right? The echo's really bad. So Natasha, can you kind of break down a little bit of what we were talking about and what the issue here today is?
Yes, I normally work 3 hours a day, and I was told I had to work an extra 6 hours and that it wasn't in the budget for me to get paid with regular time or regular pay, that I had to take it as comp time, and that I had to take it later on in the year when it was slow. I couldn't even take it at the time I want to. And I don't want to do that. I just want to get paid for the hours that I worked, which ended up being like 9 hours for the whole day.
And who gave you this directive of mandatory?
My manager, Lupe.
Okay. Lupe, are you in agreement? Do you remember that day?
I do.
Okay, and what is your side of the story?
Well, I'm not too familiar on the contract side of things. Are you able to tell me what we're exactly talking about, of like what contract language is being broken?
Sure. I always like to update my supervisors. So in Article number 4, when it pertains to overtime, we do have in Article 4.1, it should consist, you get your 5 days, 40 hours. But in Article 4.2, the length of the workday shall be designated by the district for each classified assignment. The unit shall not be changed by more than 1 hour and a half without giving the first of 2 weeks notice. Were you given 2 weeks notice, Natasha?
No, I was told at the end of my shift that I needed to stay the extra 6 hours.
And it also states in Article 4, subsection 4.2, that it should not be changed by more than 2 hours. How long again was it changed?
6 hours.
6 hours. Okay, so that's part of the agreement. We also have, in regards to overtime, she does have the right to say if she wanted comp time or if she wanted to be paid out. You did deny her that, so that's in violation of our contract 4.6.44. An employee may request the method of overtime that shall be compensated. And it was my knowledge that you guys had a prior agreement. Is that correct? Did you guys hear me?
A prior agreement to what?
A prior meeting. I said, did you guys have a prior meeting in regards to overtime? Is that correct as a whole department?
Yes.
Okay, and can you break down oh, I forgot her name. The meeting. Lupe, I'm sorry, the Lupe. Can you break down how you ran that meeting and what you said in regards to overtime and how you were going to delegate it? Without using jargon, please.
We've been really busy and it's been brief lately. We would have to review the articles that you are speaking of to compare language.
Okay, well, that's really unfortunate to hear that you guys have been busy. I do understand that pretty much every department in the district is busy during the school year. And so I deal with that myself in the district. But that does not mean that we can go and violate our contract. I mean, that's just not how it works. Just because the police are busy doesn't mean we could violate the laws. That's not how the world works. So, what we're trying to do here today is come to an agreement by the end of our district business day, which is 5 p.m. And let's see if we can get her paid time because it is in her contract. She has the right to be paid out. Overtime sheets are due on the 19th. Today is the 15th, and I do need this done. We on an answer today by 5 p.m.
Okay, well, I guess we can review the contract language and
You guess or
go
you
over
are
payroll
going
and
to?
correct any records.
Okay, you guess or are you going to?
We will
Okay,
by
you
end
will.
of day.
Okay, so what I'm going to go ahead and do here, we're going to go ahead and conclude this meeting I'm going to go ahead and go to my car. I'm going to type up an email and just kind of give a brief description on what was discussed here today. I will send it to you. I will also send it to Natasha. I will CC HR department so that they are aware as well. And when you do get a reply, can you please reply to that email so that we are all on the same page?
Yes, correct. I can do that.
Okay, perfect. We will be waiting for that email. You go ahead and have yourself a great day.
Thank you,
You as
Erica.
well.
I appreciate you.
Natasha, any closing remarks for your supervisor?
Oh, thank you so much for getting my
Okay.
pay.
Then Lupe, if you ever need, I can also send you a PDF of our contract so this doesn't happen again.
Yay, good ending, good ending. Very good. All right, for time's sake, let's move on to 8. We'll critique at the end. Group 8.
Group 8 is
Oh my God, I was
Maria
ready.
and
Imagine in
Teresa.
person.
We are still on video, Erica. We can hear you. Go ahead. 8.
Hey, I was the steward.
Are we group 8?
Mm-hmm.
Was there only 2 of you?
No, it's 3 of me.
No, there's me.
Oh, okay.
So I'll be admin.
I'm Natasha. Teresa, I'm
So
coming
come
to
in,
you.
right. So it's I'll come into my office.
Good afternoon.
Hello there, Mr. Carrie, and Natasha. We're going to meet here today and discuss Natasha's grievance and that she has filed regarding some overtime that was asked of her and try to come up, well, we want to come up with a solution by the end of this meeting.
Okay, carry on.
So, Natasha, do you want to briefly go over what was asked of you and your request of an outcome?
Hi, Carrie. I was asked at the end of my shift to work an extended 6 hours without prior notice. I was not much given a choice to say yes or no by my supervisor, Lupe. I pretty much wasn't expected to work that extra shift. After I worked my shift, I talked to other coworkers the following day and asked them if that had happened to them before. There was prior history of them being kind of pushed to work extended hours without notice. A couple of them said that yes, there was history of the supervisor kind of forcing them to work extended shifts without notice. Also, I was not given the chance to choose how I would be getting paid. I was notified the following day that I would be getting paid as comp time, not as a cash payout on my check. Again, I was not given that option, and I did ask those people that had mentioned they were also in the same position prior to me, that they were paid out by comp time. I do not want that. Again, this supervisor has a history of pushing us into doing working extra hours. I feel we are working in a hostile environment, and it's not fair to any of us, because what if we say no, and then maybe we're not asked again with notice, for overtime? We all can work and use the extra overtime hours if, given prior time. So what can we do to stop that, to treat us more fairly in advance, and to give us a choice to how we want to get paid?
Mr. Gary, were you aware of these type of requests of employees in the food department?
No, I was not. She is the first to complain about anything of that nature.
Okay. And there hasn't been any other type of complaints as far as Lupe is concerned?
No, there has not been.
Okay. Are you aware of the contract that Miss Natasha is under?
I am aware of the contract. However, the contract doesn't give a timeline as to when she should be notified or not. And it looks like that the time frame has already passed, and therefore compensation has already been paid out.
What do you mean the time has already passed and compensation has been paid out? Can you elaborate on that?
Okay, so based on their contract of, where is it? Just one second. Where is it? On 4, where? Just one second. All right. An employee may request a method of which overtime shall be compensated, cash or compensated time off, but yet you guys don't offer the exact time frame. So therefore, the time frame has already passed, and therefore it has been compensated.
What time frame are you referring to? Your own time frame or the contract time frame?
Has she been paid out?
And then Miss Natasha, have you been paid out?
Yes, I was, but not according to what I wanted to get paid out. I didn't want comp time. I wanted
did you make
paid out.
and did you make that addressed at the time of agreement?
It was not given to me as an option until after I worked the hours. If I had known, I would have not, worked the hours.
That is not up to me to tell you what you should and should not know.
Okay, we're gonna stop that type of conversation to Miss Natasha. If you want to talk like that, you can talk with me regarding these types of. We're not gonna argue, period. We're all adults. We're gonna have a conversation, and we're gonna talk about facts, not what you think should have happened or the timelines or what have you. Because according to the contract, in Article 4 with 4.2, 4.4, and 4.6, all three of those have been violated. Natasha has the right to request which type of compensation she wants, and she wants to be paid. She does not want compensation. As far as your timeline goes, it is in the contract. As far as she is to have a 2-week prior notice in working overtime. She was giving no notice, and she was told at the time of her the time that she was supposed to get off that she was going to work another 6 hours. So there is a timeline in the contract, which that was not followed. So what type of solution can be made today as far as her being compensated within her paycheck?
She has already been compensated.
By what? Comp time? That is not what
By
she
her,
requested.
yes, but except that she didn't make that acknowledged at the time of the overtime agreement.
Do you know, were you there with that conversation?
Okay, you guys. Okay, time out. I'm gonna stop you right there because this one seems like it's gonna go a little bit longer than it should. So, thank you. It seems like you guys are struggling, so I'm gonna stop you. We'll put out the fire. Okay.
No, sorry about that. I
You
was
guys
just
had
like,
some really good points. No, sorry about that. I was just like. That's okay. That's okay. Group 9. We're gonna move on to group 9, and then the last one, so we can critique and then get on to the homework.
Arlene, Brittany, and Heather.
Arlene, Brittany, and Heather.
So I was the admin.
I was Natasha.
I was the steward. So ours was pretty kind of easy. So ours was kind of pretty easy and straightforward. Good afternoon. Thank you all for being here in this meeting. I am here to represent Natasha Richardson. I did send Lupe an email in advance to let her know about this meeting. And so I'm hoping you did receive the email and you are aware of what the meeting is about. Also, I would like Natasha to give a little rundown of the situation to kind of bring us up to date.
Yes, hi. So I normally work a 3-hour shift every day. And at the end of my shift, I was basically voluntold that I was going to work an additional 6 hours and be paid comp time. I wasn't given an option. I would like to choose to be paid cash instead of the comp time, and she was not giving that option at all. She refused.
All right. Well, since you did give me the information ahead of time, I did look it up. And you guys are correct, but the problem is that we just got new ovens and we just got 8-hour employees now that we have to pay benefits. So we're not really sure where the money is going to come out of because we are out of the kitchen or out of the funds. So would you like some extra comp time?
No, I would like to be paid cash. I'm a single mom and bills are paid and things are running thin over here. So I cannot use the comp time. It is my right to choose if I want to be paid cash or comp time.
So Ms. Lupe, did you not know there was no funds before you offered the overtime?
I did know that there was no funds. However, I also just figured everybody just likes to have that comp time.
Yeah, well, I'm not everybody.
And it's how it's usually handled. So I didn't think it was going to be that big of a deal.
So would you like me to go over the contract you violated, the articles, I'm sorry, that you violated, or are you aware of what articles were violated and what the compensation should be?
Well,
Now we're here to make Miss Natasha whole, and we want her to be compensated the way she would want to be compensated. So if we can get this resolved today, then that would be great.
I would love to resolve it today, but I'm not sure where we're going to get the funds from.
Well, I'm not sure where you're going to get it either, but it should be approved so we can get her paid whole. It's not fair for her to have gone to work these extra hours and not get paid. And she does need it in the form of cash, so it has to be done. It has to be done.
Okay, you guys, I'm going to stop you right there. Again, for time's sake, we will give you a little quick critique on the inside. So group number 10, thank you very much. Good job, you guys.
So that one should just be Kira, Jasmine, and Samantha. Sam. And for everyone asking, I will drop the homework in the chat. I have it in one PDF with the evaluation as well for you guys. So they're both together, but I'll drop it in after everyone's presentations.
Hi, good
Samantha's
morning.
playing Natasha.
I'm the steward. I'm the manager. Hi, good morning. Come on in. How are you guys doing? Good. Thank you for taking the time to meet with us. How can I help you guys this morning? So I am here to represent Natasha. Natasha, would you like to go ahead and speak your part?
Yes, thank you. I called this meeting because I was volunteered to work extra hours after my shift. So I was caught off guard by that. And then the next day, it was explained that I would have to use comp time maybe towards the end of the year to that's how I was going to be paid. But as I understand it from the contract, I should have had the option for one, to, whether I wanted to work or not, and how I wanted to be paid out. And I was not given any of those options. And so I reached out to Kira to help me, to represent me in this meeting.
Sorry, you reached out to Jasmine.
Yes.
I'm not aware of what your contract states in the hours worked. Can you guys maybe let me know of what violations have been violated by having you work those additional hours?
Sure. So Article 4 is our hours and overtime. Subsection 4.6.2 states that the employee shall have the right to refuse any overtime request, except in those cases where there is imminent danger to life or property or urgent needs for continuation of educational program in the district, which none of that was stated to Natasha. On top of subsection 4.6.4.4 states that an employee may request a method by which overtime shall be compensated, which is either cash or compensating time off, and Natasha is requesting to be paid out in cash.
But wasn't it told that we didn't have the budget to cover the additional hours that we would comp time off?
Natasha wasn't told this prior to being told that she had to work the additional hours. So she wasn't given the option.
Well, I need to look into this because I'm not aware of the violations. I heard what you said about violating the contract, so I need to look at it. What do you guys, what's your remedy? How do you want to fix this?
Natasha would like to be paid out for the hours worked.
And Natasha, is that what you want?
Yes, that is what I would like, which was stated to Lupe.
Okay, so I need some additional time to speak with my supervisors to go over this. What is your guys' deadline for this?
What are you comfortable with, Natasha?
Because some time has already passed and we're at level 2, I would like for this to be solved within the next 24 hours.
Can you do the next 24 hours?
Yes, I can.
Then after this, I will send out an email confirming everyone's parts and when this is to be concluded.
Thank you.
Very good, very good. All right, you guys. Thumbs up, thumbs down. How was that for you personally? Was it comfortable? Was it uncomfortable? You don't ever want to do it again? Some are in between.
Flashbacks.
Some smiles, not sure. Well, you all did really well. If this was your first role play, you all did very well. I know some of them kind of felt like, oh my God, I don't know what to say after this, right? That's exactly what happens when we get into a real life situation in a presentation, sometimes they say something that catches us off guard and it takes us a few seconds to think what our response is going to be. But you guys did good. And that is why it is so important to know that article that we're grieving so that you don't have to flip through the papers, that you could just spew out the answers and catch the district off guard with all the knowledge that you know. So really quick, nobody in particular, this is just what I picked up on some of them. So a lot of the groups described no previous notice. Nobody got the right notice. Nobody got the right time of notice. So that was the part that was irrelevant to this case. This was not a change in schedule, work schedule. It was simply an opportunity for extra time. So some people talked about that. That wasn't part of it. You guys need to, when you bring on or take on a grievance, you need to make sure you're looking at the correct part of the CBA. All CBAs allow for districts and CSCA's party the timeline. So everybody, not everybody, many people were saying we want to get this done today. When we present a grievance, the right thing to say is, well, you have 10 days, right? You have 5, 15, 40, however many days your contract states. We'll expect to hear from you then. So that's how you want to finish those grievance meetings. I personally try to push sometimes to say, hey, you give me an answer tomorrow, blah, blah, blah. And they'll say, Andrea, we have 10 days. Okay, well, you better get it to me by 10 days. So if they know their contract, good for them, but it's definitely on you to say, you've got 5 days to get this, resolved. And then follow up with your emails. Several of you said, I'm going to follow up with the email. That's perfect. Make sure that you put in writing what was said. Start it with, just to clarify, this is what happened today, blah, 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 blah. Okay. Andy, you have any feedback?
Yes, I do. I just think it's very important when you, sorry, let me mute you, Andrea. I think it's very important when you first walk in that you all introduce yourselves. Even though you might know the steward might know who the district person is that you're speaking to, but that district person may not necessarily know who the grievant is, right? So it's very important that you introduce yourselves at the very beginning. It's respectful, right? And then also, again, I noticed that when you're escalating to the next level, make sure you say, okay, we will be looking forward to your written response, right? Because they have to give you a written response within the timeline, not a verbal, right? So that's very, very important. And then also, you guys, a lot of you were using the word compensation when you really meant compensatory time. I can't even say it correct myself. You have to watch your words because one of the admins was saying you were compensated, right? So make sure you're using your correct words. And if you're like me and you can't say compensatory time very well, just say comp time. And then one last thing is, again, excuse me, when we're presenting at the formal level and we have our remedy, we talk about our remedy, even at the lower levels. When we're talking about the remedy, nobody really went into specifics as to how much overtime should have been paid out. You're just strictly going on, she needs to be paid out overtime. That's not the case. She had hours, regular hours to be paid. You should have done the math, right? Put it out in I can't say, have it written out. Regular hours versus how many hours of actual overtime she needs to be paid, right? And then again, like Andrea said, there's a timeline. You cannot demand that the district pay her tomorrow or today, right? And it doesn't necessarily have to fall on the next pay warrant, right? That district, if they're in violation, there might be contract language saying they have to pay within 5 days, right? We called it a green check at Panama. So again, you might need to look at another part of your contract on that, right? Under overpayment, underpayment. And that's about all I had. You guys did a great job. I hate role playing, so you guys did a great job.
Thank you. I appreciate the input. The feedback was good. So you guys did a really good job. If there are no other questions, we're gonna go over to homework. If there are questions, please feel free to put them in the chat. Fallon will read them out and we'll answer them as we go through this. But at the end of the day, you guys as union stewards should now be able to effectively research, prepare, and present a grievance to the immediate supervisor at the most informal level possible, okay? There's where we want to stop them. There's where we want them to end so that it doesn't have to get to the paper writing and the formal grievances and all the stuff that we just went through. I think you guys did a really good job for only having 2 trainings under your belt. If you feel as an individual, you guys did not pick up what we needed to teach you, you are more than welcome to do it again, right? We're here to make sure you feel comfortable in your skin and in your role. So you're free to do that if you want. All right, so really quick, you guys at the next UST 3, the requirements to attend and complete your homework, which we're going to do now. You've already done number 1 or you wouldn't be at number 2. Your certification page, right? That's the flow chart that was in your first UST package. And it stated that you had to do several items in order to be a jacketed steward. If you guys need help reviewing that, check with your labor rep. They can go over it. And come on. So in the chat, you guys, as we prepare for the homework, let us know what your one takeaway was today and what your key learning experience of what it is that you can go use Monday, something you picked up today that you can use Monday in your regular work environment. Feel free to put it in the chat as we prepare for homework. So if you cannot stay for homework, you do not have to. If you want to stay for homework, you're more than welcome. For those of you who work outside of Fresno field office, be sure you give your homework to your labor rep directly so that you get credit. The next UST class is August 1st. Those are very important items to know, okay? Fallon, you just let us know if we have anything in the chat that we need to answer.
And then I think it's important that you all have to, you guys, oh, hold on. You all have to fill out your evaluation form as well. So don't forget to do that.
Yes. Yeah, that needs to be submitted with your homework. So please submit them together, your homework and your evaluation.
I'll drop it in
Also on
the
your
chat
homework, I
again.
think there's only a name. Thank you.
Sorry, there's
Thank
like
you.
there's like an echo.
In the homework, there is only a place.
There's like an echo.
Okay, still, am I echoing?
No, there was just a
No?
delay
Okay.
because I was
I'm just
when
gonna
I
keep talking until-
respond, it's a delay, so it sounds like I'm cutting you off, and I'm not trying to. But when I drop the homework in the chat, I'll do it again. But the evaluation form is with it.
But the evaluation form is with it.
Got it. Got it. Got it. All right, so this is what your certification page looks like. This is for us labor reps to follow up and finish. Make sure that you guys, have got your UST 1s, your UST 2s. Up here are the certification tasks that you could choose from. You have to do one of them, not all of them, okay? So either you recruit 5 Victory Club members, you either convert 10 potential members to members, you attend 3 school board meetings, get a signature or something on an agenda so that it's actual proof. Or you can attend 2 chapter rallies or board actions or local organizing events like phone banking, campaigning that's coming up. You could do that, 2 of them, get them out of the way. And then you have to show your labor rep in your constitution and bylaws whether your union stewards are appointed or elected, okay? That one must be done. But the
Andrea,
other
real
4
quick.
you get to choose one of. So as soon as
real quick, when it says talk to your labor rep to identify whether a union steward is appointed or voted in, that constitution and bylaws, that is not your contract. That is something you're going to have to go to your chapter leadership for, or to your labor rep and ask for a copy of the constitution and bylaws. I just want to make sure everyone understands the difference. It's not in your contract, it's constitution and bylaws for your chapter.
Correct. Thank you. And then where it says jacket steward information sites, we won't get into that until you are finished union steward 1, 2, and 3. Okay, so don't worry about that. And that's for us to chase you down. Don't worry about that. And that is also if you want to become a jacketed steward. And if you took these classes just to gain information for yourself, from the jacket steward size down is not relevant to you. Okay.
Question for you, Andrea.
And this is a copy of your evaluation. We must have it. Question for you, Andrea. Yep.
I may be wrong because in UST 1, we were having the homework email to us. Are we doing that, or is it being sent to the Fresno field office email?
It's being sent to the Fresno field office email. The homework for those who participate today must go to us. You could put our emails in there, or whoever's going to collect it, right? Our emails. If you are not going to do it with us today and say you're in chapter 48, send it to that labor rep, which would be Ian Mason. Ian can get it processed for you through Fresno. Okay. Voila, that's done there. So the homework packets.
Yes, I have one last question. So for us to send our homework,
Yes, I have one last question. So
our homework is gonna go to Andrea or to Andy?
To Andrea or to Andy? Yes.
Okay, yeah, I'm sorry,
Actually,
there's an
you can
echo for
put,
some reason.
I'll put it in.
Yeah.
I put them in the chat.
Awesome, okay. And then this part that you were just explaining, is this gonna be part of one of the homeworks that we have to turn in?
I'm afraid to talk. I don't want to echo. I don't want to echo anybody. So am I echoing? All right, I'm going to say no. So if you guys all have your homework packages, Fallon put them in the chat earlier today. Yes, Wendy, that is us. Thank you. Let me know when you guys have your packets, your homework packets. So for homework, we are, thank you, Scout, for thumbs up. So for homework, we are going to actually write a grievance. Don't forget when you write your grievance, because they do get looked at by the senior and the field director in our offices, we want to put the article, the title of that article, the section, which whatever is underlined in your Spurlock contract, and then the subsection would be the numbers. Okay, so we want them to show that you guys know how to write a grievance. And we are going to use Christine Nguyen story as our case study. Everybody have it? Thumbs up? We're all on the same, okay. I'm going to read you the case. You guys have it too. And then we are going to go over the grievance processing form. And then you're going to have the grievance that you're going to write for this right after that, okay? On November 21st at approximately 8:30 a.m. on Monday, you received a phone call from classified employee Christine Nguyen. She tells you she had jury duty last week. She further tells you that when she reported to work this morning, her supervisor told her that she was going to be deducted from vacation leave for the last week. You have investigated and found out that Christine did receive a jury summons and was required to report to jury duty from at 10 a.m. on Monday morning, November 14th. You also have learned that Christine lives approximately 20 minutes away from the court And Christine provided you with the following information about the dates, times she received jury duty. Then you have a chart. You see the dates and the times. Now, using your grievance processing form and the Spurlock contract, you are going to determine whether or not a grievance exists. Actually, a grievance exists. We're not going to give you the option to say it does not, so please disregard that. A grievance exists, and we are going to write a grievance about it. So please use the grievance form on the back of the document. Oh, I don't know if it's on the back. And then remember to schedule a time to meet with your labor rep, either by phone or in person, to review your homework. For those of you who are not doing this with your own labor rep. If we're not your labor reps, if Andy and I are not your labor reps, you've got to get in contact, if you're not here today, with your own labor rep from a different field office and review your homework before you submit it to them, okay? All right. Everybody have their processing form? All right, we're going to go through it.
I'm grabbing mine.
Please be sure to put your name at the top, your chapter. Okay. Your name at the top, chapter number, also with your chapter name, because we don't know the chapter numbers by heart, especially if they're not our own. And then the date, today's date. All right, I see Dawn came back. So here we go. Under section 1, the initial grievance information. For Natasha's story, I'm sorry, Christina Nguyen's story. Should we place that up there, or does everybody have it in front of them? I'm sure you guys have it in front of you. All right. Do we know what the grievance number is? No. Today's date you could put there, and then the name of the grievant. That information is factual. We have it in black and white. Do we have a home address? Do we have a work phone number?
Excuse me.
Do we have a
you're
phone
lagging
number?
just a little bit. Can you repeat that?
Andy, do you want to go over the form?
Yes, I can. So on the grievance processing form, at the very top, like Andrea said, UST trainee name, that's your name. Put your name there. Put the chapter name or number that you're coming from along with your chapter name, because like Andrea said, we, especially those that are not in our office, but even if you are from our office, we don't know all the chapter numbers. So please put chapter name and number. Put today's date at the top. And then once we move down to section 1 of the grievance information, where it says date again, that is going to be the date.
Cut off. I put the date for today.
At the very top.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
But once we move down to section 1 of the initial grievance information, now we're talking about the date that the actual grievance occurred. So you're going to have to look back up at your information sheet from, what's her name? Christine. So it says on November 21st at approximately 8:30 a.m. on Monday, you received a phone call. So actually, I'm sorry. So actually the date that the grievance started, it would be November 21st, because that's the first day you found out about it, right?
I thought it was supposed to be factual, like when an event happened, not.
But she didn't know until she came back.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Gotcha.
No year?
Yes, you want to put the year. You could put 26 for the year. We can fudge there. And then, so name of the grievant, Christine Nguyen. And then we don't know her address. We don't know the work number, the home phone number, the cell phone. We don't know that. So we leave that blank.
I have a quick question. In our level 1 training, they told us we can't leave anything blank. So I put to be determined for most of my stuff.
Yeah, and I
But
put
if
no
we-
information.
Yeah, if you don't, you're gonna come back to this, right? Because you're gonna interview them, right? So again, right? You've talked to her, she gave you quick information, but we need to talk to her and get more information from her, right? So you'll be able to go back and fill in this information. Okay. So I don't believe we know the supervisor's number. Do we know her job classification, her job title?
No.
Okay.
So what are we putting for these? I'm so sorry. For the the stuff that we don't know?
Just leaving blank.
Just
I
leave it
leave
blank?
it blank. I would leave it blank. Yeah.
Oh,
Because you
okay.
don't, because you don't know it. So we don't have that
Okay.
information yet. And
Okay,
Andrea,
thank you.
correct me if I'm wrong, because I haven't done these trainings in a long time online.
I haven't done these trainings in a long time online.
No, that is correct. So I don't know what they told you in UST 1. We don't leave it blank, but we don't make up information. That's the deal.
So do you want them to put NA? I always said leave it blank because they'll go back to it. But if you want them to put NA, everybody, for the stuff that we don't know. I'm sorry.
Andy.
They instructed us to put need more
Yeah,
information.
it needs more information because of its NA is not applicable.
Oh, well, there you go. Need more information.
I'm sorry. Is that going to be just put her first name, Christina, and that's it?
You know her first and last name.
Okay. Thanks.
So basically, you're just filling out the information that you know from the information you were given above. Okay, so we don't know the classification. We don't know her date of hire. Do we know her work hours, or do we know how many hours per day she works? How many days per year she works?
Can we just put on?
A Fallon, do they have to put need more information? Can they put unknown?
I'm only going off of what our field director said, so I don't know about the other ones, but she said she would like to see needs more information and not leave anything blank. Because if we don't know it, we need something. And obviously you could get more information. It's just for this activity, we don't have the people to talk to.
So we just don't, we need more information, not just unknown, because we don't know it, but so I just figured type less.
Nope, type more. No. Copy and paste. So moving down, do we know what her previous classification that she held? No. But when you get down to where it says what happened, that's where you're going to write a brief summary of what happened. Okay. And only write the facts. Don't elaborate on what you think happened. It's what exactly was told to you that happened.
It's what exactly was told to you that happened.
And this is your interpretation. I mean, it would be easy for us to give you the answer, but then everybody's papers would say the exact same thing, and that's not going to happen. So read the scenario really quick again and fill in the blanks for the what, when, where, and what.
Yes.
All the way to the bottom.
Do we want to give them a certain amount of time to finish?
Okay, so what part are we on? I'm done with the, I barely had to delete all the NAs and start with the more info part, but so we are at what happened?
Yes.
Am I echoing?
Yeah, answer the next 5 questions, 6 questions.
On the were there witnesses? So like technically there wasn't any, but she should have her jury duty card. So does that count?
That's not a witness, that's a
Just
documentation.
the documentation. Okay, cool. Thanks.
But we still have to put the manager because we have to talk to them, right?
Do you know who the manager
But
is?
we don't know. Yeah.
The supervisor or whatever.
Yeah, do
No,
we know
but
who
I
that
put
is?
more information. I put in additional notes that we need to talk to them, and then I put more information needed for each of the persons.
Perfect. Yeah.
We had a question in the chat. Does she get excused for Wednesday since she was in limbo?
Was she at work that day?
Isn't she only getting paid for the time that
Isn't she
she
only getting paid for the time that she
was in jury duty?
Well, you have to read the contract. There may be language that says
wasn't jury duty?
That's what I'm asking because I read it.
something that relates to that.
That's what I'm asking because I read it.
Let me know when you guys are ready to move on. Section 2, witness information. There's no witnesses, so we just put needs more information. Where it says interview with management, supervisor, principal, or director. We didn't have that conversation yet, so that would be need more information. And when you move down to section 3, where it says union steward contract review and analysis, you guys can start answering those questions. Pull out you need to have your contract out right now in order to help you answer these questions. So the first one, is there a violation of the contract? If so, articles that were violated. So we already know there is a violation, right? So now you just need to identify which articles.
Andy, I'm just gonna clarify because I think I don't know if I'm saying the right thing or not, because I know we said for the homework. So are they directly emailing it to you guys if you're their rep, or does all the homework go to you guys?
So everyone that it falls under the Fresno field office would send them either, I would say send it either to Andrea or myself. And then anyone that's not in our field office is if they come from another field office like River Delta or South Bay, then they want to send their homework to their labor rep.
Got it.
Work to their labor rep. Oh.
Everybody who stayed to do homework today should send it to Andy or myself,
Yes.
except the other.
I just dropped your emails in the chat again. So if anybody needs them, they are there.
Andy, I know you went over it already, but what do we do for the witness section? For witness information?
So the witness section, we don't know any witnesses yet, right? So you're just going to put need more information.
For like every single space?
Just do the top one is fine.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Uh-huh.
I got a
you guys
question.
are gonna.
Oh,
Okay.
sorry.
You guys are gonna do. You're gonna do the same thing when it's where it says interview with management. Need more information, right? We didn't talk to them yet, so. Okay, go ahead, Fallon.
I did have someone ask because they were doing the fillable form and they can't see it. It's cut off, but I downloaded it and we can scroll after, so it should be fine if you guys are turning in the fillable form and you're not writing and scanning.
Oh, okay. Okay, I'm gonna move on. Let me know if you guys need more time, but I'm gonna move on. So the next question is, are there any established past practices regarding this matter? And make sure you note that past practice must have all of the following, which were the 5 that Andrea went over in the training. It has to be a mutual knowledge of the existence by both parties. It has to be consistent, so more than a week, more than a month, more than 6 months, more than a year. Is there a history of it? It hasn't been repetitive, and make sure it's not contrary to the contract. So if any of that has happened, which we don't know, right? So you're gonna need more information. And then are there any other possible violations? For instance, employers' rules, regulations, policy, personnel, civil service, commission rules, side letters, federal or state codes and regulations that would apply. So, board policy, is there any board policy that would apply to this? Is there ed code that would apply to this? Any other laws, labor laws, anything that we could refer to, right, to back this up? If
Would you just say unknown at this time for that?
Pardon me?
Would you just say unknown at this time for that? For past
more information needed.
Okay.
Or needs more information.
I have a question. So I'm so sorry to cut you off. But for the one that says on section 3, it says numbers 1 through 5. In the bottom, the only thing we need to put is need more information.
Correct.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Do we put our name where it says handle personally, where it says pursue as a grievance?
So, okay, let's jump back up. So, if information and documentation collected to this date is unclear, insufficient, contradictory, or unverifiable, note the discrepancy. So that's, I guess you're just going to put need more information there. So the conclusion, should this matter be pursued? So is this a grievance? Yes. So this matter should be pursued. So everybody should put yes there. And then why? Because it's a grievance, it's a contract violation, right?
Right. I put violation Article 8, Subtitle 8.2.1.
Okay. So do we want to pursue this as a grievance? Yes.
Yes.
Are you going to handle this personally as the steward? Or are you going to delegate it over to somebody else, like the labor rep or a chief steward? So we're going to say you're going to handle it yourself. So you could put your name, you could put yes and put your name there. Do we want to pursue this as a complaint? No, this is a grievance, right? We've identified that. Is this an outside agency issue? Are we filing this with Cal OSHA? Are we filing this with any of the other outside agencies? No. If we were, you would identify what agency, but we're not. And then under D, where it says referred to for further information, you could put the labor rep's name or put, so you guys would just put labor rep if you're going to hand it over to the labor rep.
Do we put the word labor rep or just the name of the labor rep?
Well, you would want to put the name of the labor rep, right? And then the next one says referred to for further action on whatever date. So I would probably fill that one in with the date that you're going to refer it over to the labor rep.
But we're not referring it to anybody, right? Because you said it's not going to go to an outside agency, right? And if we're the ones that are going to handle it, there's
Right.
nobody to refer.
But you could
Okay.
refer it to your chief union steward. You could refer it to your chapter president. You could refer it to your labor rep. Maybe you even, well, you wouldn't go to the senior, but you would go to the labor rep. So if you want to, honestly, I would just leave this needs
Blank.
more information.
Need more
Yeah.
information. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I kind of thought. Okay. And then one more last thing. After we did, are there any other possible violations in like any paper work when you said there's another one that says if information and documentation collected to date, do we also put need more information right there or just leave it? Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. So then under section 4, this is your grievance timeline. So you would put step 1, which is the informal level. And then under the date, you would put the date that you guys received notification, right, from Christine. So it's going to be the same date that the grievance occurred. Well, maybe it's not the same date that it occurred, but it's the date that Christine notified you guys. So really just put a date there. The rest of it you don't know, so you would leave that blank, correct, Andrea?
So we don't, for the rest of the dates, you don't want us doing the whole 10 days, business days. That's what they had us doing last time.
That's why I'm asking Andrea, because I haven't done this training
The
in a long
only
time.
date
so I
you
don't
have to put there. The only other date that you have to put up there is the deadline for the management to respond. That's the only other date.
It's a lot easier. Okay, thank you.
And I was
Okay.
looking at the wording though, it didn't seem like it had, I know that there was, if the grievant didn't like the informal meeting, then they had certain amount of days, right?
Where are you talking about? On the timeline?
Yeah, on the timeline. When I went to grievances in the contract, it seemed like it didn't have a real hard set timeline for the informal. Just
It didn't have 15, it didn't have 10 days or 15 days.
Oh, let me look again.
It didn't have 10 days or 15 days.
Oh, let me look.
I didn't see it the first time. I just seen the 40 days.
It does, and this Spurlock,
In the 40 days.
yes, this Spurlock
Okay.
contract is written crazy.
Okay.
So right next to steps, do we write step 1, step 2, 3, and then on the dates at the end, do we write November 21st, 2026?
I can't remember what Spurlock contract looks like, but I believe, if I recall correctly, that the informal and the one are together. Is that right?
It's on section 4. You know, it says steps and then hashtag and then the number.
It's on section 4. No, it says steps and then hashtag and then the number. Yeah.
Yes, you're correct, Andrea.
But in the contract, under the grade. Okay, that is right. Okay, so if level 1,
Yeah, that's
if
where we
level
were.
1 is the informal slash, okay, then that's going to be your first step, is your informal, right? So that's your step 1. Okay. And then I wouldn't put a date there. The date goes under the date the grievance occurred or when it was discovered. We didn't discover it till the 21st of November.
Yeah, so where it says date, like on the
And
right
then the
side.
deadline for filing your initial one. Yes,
Would
put
be
that November
the 40
21.
days after?
In their contract is 40 days.
40 days after? Yes. In their contract is 40 days. Correct. And then you're going to skip the date filed and informal meeting. We're going to skip that one. But then you're going to respond the deadline for management to respond. After your 40 days, how much time do they have to respond? There's a date listed in there or a number
15.
of days. 15. 15. Just put 15 days. It doesn't have to be a date. We don't have a damn calendar with us. As long as the ideal is that you understand how many days you have from your initial date. You have to be able to count. If we were doing agreements, you would have an actual date, but we don't have a calendar back in 2016 or whatever. So just put how many days from your filing does the district have to respond?
So, sorry to go over this again. Grievance, we put 11/21/26. Deadline for filing is 40 days. And then we skip all the way down to deadline for management respond, 15 days. Okay.
Deadline for management respond, 15 days. Correct. Okay. And then because we're stopping it at step 1, the rest of those dates on step is irrelevant at this
Do
time.
we put anything for deadline for filing next level?
Did we put anything for deadline for filing next level? No, not yet.
Okay.
We're gonna take care. We're gonna pretend we're taking care of this on this level.
Excuse me, but I'm using the fillable version and it's the same that I did last time, but I don't know if you guys noticed, but in step 1, it actually logs in the date of management response into step 2, what I would assume would be step 2. Like it automatically logs it in. You can't change it. Once you change one, it changes in the other form, the one underneath.
You can't change it. Once you change one, it changes in the other form, the one underneath. Yeah, I wasn't aware of that. So you're saying the fillable form is not accurately able to be filled?
What I'm saying is it copies whatever
Because
you
if you
fill
change
into
one thing,
date
then
of
it changes
management
something else.
response in step 1, it logs it into what would be step 2. And if you change step 2, it changes step 1.
Mine's doing that too.
And if you change step 2,
Mine's
it
not.
changes step 1.
Mine's not either, except for the 15 days date of management. It only went to step 2, but the 40 days and the date did not transfer to step 2.
Yeah, it's the last two, huh?
Yeah.
Yeah, the last two keep going, they go back to step two. Okay, yeah, it's not the whole thing, it's just the last two. The 40 days and then the 10 days.
So if you just insert the 40 days and the 15 days, stop right there. Thank you, Crystal.
I think I figured it out though, because in the Spurlock contract, they're combining step one and step like the informal and step one as the same thing, like the same timeline, right?
Yes, they are. Yes.
I never copy and paste.
All right, I don't think we should get stuck on the timeline thing here. We need to get busy writing the grievance so that we can call it a day.
Yeah. So moving down to the grievance form, you're
So
going to
you
put the
should
name
also
of,
have your grievance form.
you're going to put the name of the grievant and what level of the grievance procedure we're on, which is level 1. And then you're just going to write a statement of the grievance, what happened or failed to happen. Again, the contract sections that were violated, and then your remedy.
I got a quick, really weird question though. I know that we have to say yes in order to fill out this grievance, but she didn't follow protocol at all, like as far as we know. So do I pretend that she did in order to fill out the part where to do the violation and the remedy? Do I
Why is
pretend that
this
she
typing
filed
ginormous?
because she was supposed to file her jury duty stuff before she even went, and there's no indication that she did. So am I just assuming that she did?
And yes, yes, you are. We're pretending that she did everything she was supposed to do, and that we need to file a grievance on her behalf to get the correct remedy.
Thank you. One last question. For the grievance form, the second one where it says level of grievance procedure, are we skipping that?
No, because we're at level 1.
Okay, so that's what I put here also. All right,
Yes.
thank you.
A lot of this might be repetitive from the up further.
Thank you for taking the time and doing this with us. Have a great rest of your weekend.
Thank you. You too.
Thank
I
you,
think
ma'am.
we're gonna go. I think we're gonna go ahead and let
Thank
you
you.
guys just finish filling out the grievance form. I don't think you need us for that. We've already gone over it. So once you're finished filling out the grievance form, make sure you fill out your evaluation form and send them either to myself or Andrea together. That way we have it all together to send to the Fresno field office. And if you find that you're having some questions regarding this, please reach out to your labor rep. They can help you further and go over it more in depth if you need. And then once you guys have turned in your homework and the Fresno field office has had a chance to review it, you should be getting an email from the Fresno field office with an invite to UST 3. So that's your way of knowing that your homework was submitted and approved. Okay, because if you don't get an invite, then your labor rep should have contacted you saying, hey, we didn't receive your homework or whatever. Okay.
Can I ask one quick question before you go, Andy?
Yes, definitely.
So the training evaluation form at the top, where after we put your name, and then it says area, region, chapter name. That's our personal information.
So
not
no,
yours.
yes. So your chapter name, your chapter number. You may not know your region. That's okay. We'll figure that out. Don't worry about that. The important piece is your name. Oh, I don't even know if you have to put your name on that form actually, but
This is your training evaluation.
yeah. So we're the trainers. Andrea and I are the trainers. And then the today's date and the training is UST 2.
Okay.
And then again, put your chapter name and number if you know it.
Okay. How about the area?
Don't have to worry. That's area D. We're all area D. I mean, if you're from the Fresno field office,
No,
out of the
I'm
Fresno
from
field
out
office.
of the Bay Area.
Oh, so you're not area D. You're different. So just leave it. I don't know your area.
Okay. Me neither. Okay. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Thank you for spending the day with us. We really appreciate those of you that want to learn and continue working with CSCA as a union
Thank you so
steward.
much.
Thank you.
Oh, for your area and stuff, if you sign into your action or SDA, you should be able to find all your information in there under your information, something like that.
Nice. Thank you.